Good evening. I am calling the special meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. Even feedback couldn't slow us down. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will move immediately to public comment. This time we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and we will take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the clock will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the children of the Fort Worth ISD in this meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Carlos Tercios. We'll move to the second speaker, LaDonna Myers, who will be followed by Todd Daniel. Move to the fourth speaker, Jennifer Crossland. We'll move to the fifth speaker, who I know is here, Mr. Michael C.
Good evening. This is just an observation. During public input for hiring the new superintendent, a known Marxist group, United Fort Worth, tagged along with a trustee, obviously skewing the criteria results with their input. I ask you to keep this in mind when choosing our new superintendent. Criteria for choosing a superintendent. A superintendent should not be promoting or training woke indoctrination in any form of students or staff, whether it's CRT or derivatives of. The superintendent should not allow the teaching or the promoting or the indoctrination of any type of sexual identity. The superintendent should not be allowing and ensuring everyone with a violent criminal background comes onto the campus. Provisions should be made for parents. The superintendent should not allow or encourage and should remain aware of Marxist organizational ties within the community and the Board of Trustees. The superintendent should be a good steward of the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. The superintendent should not allow secret meetings to be held, such as the Racial Equity Committee meeting. Committees should be open meetings. Furthermore, ideological diversity should be achieved in the body of all committees. The superintendent should ensure a solid groundwork of basic education is provided, such as U.S. history, world history, math, English, languages, in preparation for college or the trades. The superintendent should ensure oversight of library materials. Ideological sexual orientation materials should not be a part of a library. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Daniel.
Hello. I want to ask a question first. I sent a grievance to the district. I haven't had a response yet that you received it.
We'll follow up with you, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. Okay. This is what we don't want. We don't want any more CRT, equity, gender fluidity. We don't care. We want a classical education for our kids. And we want less distractions with all that stuff. So we don't want the things that Scribner has brought. We'd like a new superintendent to not speak in flowery code language and just concentrate on getting our kids back up to task. We don't want policies that are hidden from parents. We don't want gaslighting of parents. We want the district and the board to admit when they're wrong and quit spending money on ridiculous lawsuits. You can't fix a problem until you admit you're wrong. We'd like a superintendent that can come in here and be fresh, not ideological, and realize what the problems are and endeavor to fix them. And we'd like to give him feedback as parents, as primary stakeholders of our kids. That's all I got for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call, Carlos Tercios, LaDonna Myers, Jennifer Crossland. Thank you for sharing your thoughts tonight, Mr. C. and Mr. Daniel. We'll move on to reports and presentation. Next is the TASB Compensation Study Report. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Tonight we have with us a team led by both Chief Raul Pena, our Chief of Human Capital Management, and our CFO, Carmen Candelaria.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Good evening, Board. We're here today to provide an update on our comprehensive compensation review, and we have Ms. Amy Campbell here with TASB to share her findings. Before I do that, I would like to go over just providing a few context of how we got here. Comprehensive compensation review. So just a little bit of historical background. The last time we conducted a comprehensive review was back in 2014. At that time, minimal changes were made to address the salary compression within the pay grades, and at the time, hourly extra duty rates and stipends were not analyzed. Moving forward, I think it would be healthy for the district, or as a best practice, to do this every 3 to 5 years so that we have a pulse on the market and other districts. The original compensation review came before you on September the 29th, when the 28th at the board meeting, I had transitioned to the Human Capital Management Division at the time, and made that recommendation during the presentation that day. Spend those first 90 days really doing a listening tour with the department and finding the inner workings of the division and better understand the needs to make sure that we had the best strategies moving forward. Came back on February the 22nd with a proposal to bring in TASB as the agency to review our compensation plan for the district, and that was approved. One of the most exciting things that we've been able to accomplish with TASB has been obtaining division feedback from all the divisions and all the departments within the divisions. So we established an interview questionnaire that provided to the divisions in May. We obtained feedback from employees within those departments concerning pay structures, job descriptions, understanding the challenges with hard-to-fill positions. And then we scheduled a Zoom with each division chief and the department to make sure that we understood any unique scenarios within their division, any terminology that we were not aware of, so that we had clarity and definitions and we knew what to expect moving forward. As you can see, there were multiple things happening concurrently. While TASB requested the data after being approved, they were reviewing and researching during that timeline, having conversations with Ms. Candelaria and our Chief Financial Officer, also working with our departments and divisions. And then we're here today to provide an update on those findings and put that in front of you. And so without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Amy Campbell, who is our Director of HR Services with TASB, and she'll share the results and findings.
Thank you so much. Good evening. In a normal year, we would work with somewhere between 150 to 160 districts across the state, all shapes, sizes, and locations. This year, I think we're at 196. So you are in good company with many of the largest districts across the state, as well as many of your neighbors. It is a year in which many districts are trying to align pay with market forces outside of school districts, but also with their neighbors, and very importantly, to reward staff for the past 2 years of this year for sure, of challenges and kind of reaching back to catch up over the past 2 years. So what I'm presenting today, just for housekeeping, is our findings and recommendations made to administration. You'll hear from the folks on either side of me what they're bringing forward as recommendations to y'all in a bit. So our process is very structured because we want it to be transparent and repeatable. So we do data collection. We need a whole lot of data that your human capital team and finance teams prepared for us. A lot of employee-specific information, as well as pay plans, processes, policies, procedures. We also do a salary survey across the entire state of about 160 different jobs, as well as purchase private sector salary data, because a lot of the jobs within your district exist outside of K-12, and we want to factor in all pieces of the market, not just school district peers. We gather all that data, match common jobs, and recommend changes to improve pay in the district. Those changes happen in kind of two different buckets. One is the structures, so the structures within which people are paid. The other is actual pay of individuals, and both of those exist separately, but we want them to work together. One certainly has a stronger impact on recruitment. If you have good pay structures, that makes it easier for you to recruit talented people. And the individual pay has a very direct impact on retention. If you can pay well, you're much more likely to keep those great staff that you recruit here. So a few definitions. I think you'll hear me say these words a few times, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as to what they mean. I should actually point out one more thing. Part of what we're part of the still in progress work that we're still doing is extra duty stipends. So athletics, fine arts, academics, when instructional staff have an extra after hours and weekends assignment that they receive a stipend for. We are still working through those recommendations, but we know you're on a timeline for adopting base pay structures, so we brought that first while those other things are still in progress. Okay, so definitions. Compression, that happens in many situations, but today we're going to talk about it within the purview of differences in employee pay being limited or no difference when things like experience, skills, credentials, abilities should warrant differences in pay. So this is when pay is squished or compressed within the pay range. You'll hear that come up quite a bit. I know Dr. Pena mentioned that as something that didn't really get adjusted the last time you looked at pay, and we see tentacles of that still hanging out in your pay structure now. The median, mathematically, that's the middle value of an ordered list of numbers, and so when we're talking about market value, we're talking about the middle value. That may not be where you want to be for each position, but that's the standard middle value. Sorry, I hope I'm not causing feedback. That's the standard middle value that we're shooting to align with. You may try to be above that for specific jobs or specific groups of jobs, and that is a very valid compensation strategy. But I'm going to show you the market comparisons for that middle value. And then pay equity comes in 3 different forms, And that's where you're compensating employees fairly for substantially similar work. And that's compared internally, so job-to-job equity. So two similarly valued jobs should be valued similarly within the structures. Externally, that's market equity, where you're comparing well to folks in similar jobs outside of your district. And then individually, where two individual employees who are substantially similar as far as experience, credentials, skills, are compensated fairly. So that equity is really what we're trying to achieve as far as compensation goes. So if you, we'll call these compensation 101 concepts. Pay system objectives, of course you want to be able to, and I say 101 because it's a little bit elementary, but I want to say it out loud so we're all on the same page about what we're trying to accomplish. We want to be able to, as a district, recruit employees, not only new employees who are new to their job and new to the workforce, but also you want to be able to hire great experienced employees and pay them competitive rates. You also, of course, want to be able to keep your great employees and make them stay here. While pay is never the number one factor impacting retention, it's always in the top few factors. And so it does certainly help or harm your ability to keep great staff. We want to pay for, on the flip side, we want to pay for job value, so that's preventing overpayment or underpayment, and so again, paying fairly for the work performed. And of course, everything comes with limits as far as costs go. We would love to give lots of pay increases and increased pay for educators and district staff, but we do have limits there, so we're trying to strategically accomplish what you as a board are trying to do to reward and retain employees, all within the parameters of the budget. So a few concepts related to structures. Remember, I talked about pay being in two different pieces. One is the structures and one is individual pay. Those rectangles off to the right are pay grades, and so there's a minimum and maximum value for each grouping of jobs. And the market range generally is going to cluster around the middle of each of those pay grades. So the goal would be to get the people as close as possible to that market range. Of course, if you're hiring totally inexperienced staff, we expect them to be below that. And if you have very experienced staff with lots of skills, credentials, abilities, they're maybe above that, and that's okay. But we want to cluster as close as possible to that market range. And midpoints generally are going to align with market value. Again, you may be above that, and that is absolutely fine. That is a good strategic place to be in many cases. We also have to anticipate what market movement will look like, because you're adopting a structure that has to last you for all of the next school year, and you're doing so at the same time that all of your peers are doing the same thing. So we're keeping our ear to the ground as far as what your neighbors are doing and trying to keep aligned with that. And so some strategies for pay control. Again, you want to assess job value accurately. That you'll hear a couple of times is an ongoing process. Jobs change and the job value changes accordingly, and so we need to keep looking at that over time. We also want to keep, I wonder if it's, we want to keep pay ranges competitive, aligned with market. We want to control the pay spread between job incumbents.
Ms. Campbell, would you like to try to switch microphones for us?
That's what, yes.
Okay. President Jackson, do you mind if we take a short break so we can work on the audio? Very short. Thank you.
Yeah, this one still sounds scratchy.
Yeah, we're just going to take a short break.
Sure. Testing, doesn't sound like it's on.
Testing, test.
I'm afraid to touch
Test,
it.
test, test, test.
It is on.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4,
I think it comes
5.
on.
Okay, we're going there.
Coming through the little speaker.
Okay, I'll check. You got your audio there. Okay. Could you just talk through that for a second?
Sure. Testing 1, 2, 3.
When I spoke, it was.
Test, test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes, testing. Oh, that's much better.
That's not me. Test 1, 2, 3. 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 One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're good? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing, oh, testing. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. We okay?
We're ready to resume the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, oops, I was a little ahead of myself. So we want to accelerate employees to market pay. We want to pay competitively and keep them there. And of course, budget sufficiently for pay increases. A best practice would be to set aside a small portion of your pay increase budget for adjustments each year so that you can be strategic in correcting pay. So market pay strategy, again, there is a range of pay around market value. In general, it's going to be somewhere between, let's say, 14 and 18% on either side of the midpoint. Experienced staff with special skills may be above that. Newly hired staff may be below it, and that is absolutely okay. We want to remind everyone that market rate is intentionally set to align with market value, but also balance with district goals. If there are jobs that are difficult to fill, have limited applicant pools, it is a strong compensation strategy to set the midpoint above market rate so that you can have stronger applicant pools and be able to hire people away from neighboring districts. And those range parameters are set to keep people within a competitive range. And again, midpoint is kind of the gold standard of pay in the district, and so we base a lot of stuff on that. Market rate in this example, the visual is a target. We're shooting for market target, and that aligns with midpoint in most cases. But in your case, we're, again, anticipating for next year so that knowing that market's going to move by several percentage points, we've overshot current market by a couple percent so that you will be aligned with where everyone else will be next year and you're not constantly playing catch up. So your market peer districts for your Teachers, non-exempt staff, so that's everyone who's paid hourly, your instructional support, operations staff, are all compared to this very large local peer group. And you'll note there's 2 asterisks there on Irving and McKinney. They did not participate in our base salary survey this year, so we collected their teacher schedules from the district, but we do have their stipend data, and so they'll be factored in for extracurricular stipends. For your top-level administrators, recognizing that you're bigger than nearly all of those peer districts, we've compared your high-level administrative positions to statewide districts, 50,000 students and up. There's about 18 of those that we've matched to. That way you get like positions matched with like positions. They're wearing the same number of hats, relatively speaking. And we also factor in, I mentioned 2 different private sector, truly it's non-school, it's other public sector and private sector market data sources, ERI and comp analysts for Fort Worth. So we heard very consistent feedback, which is good in that everyone had similar feelings about pay in the district. That gave us, and I should say that your human capital staff had also shared this same feedback before I heard it from employees. And so there's a lot of consistency, meaning that we are all focused on the same corrections. And so there's a lot of consistency in how we can approach those fixes. One very common concern was that the methodology for pay placement, so how salaries are determined when someone is hired, may not grant enough value to prior experience that they're bringing in from outside of the district. That goes hand in hand with the pay compression I talked about, where people are squeezed lower in their range than perhaps you intend. And so that's an ongoing fix where we tried to spread, think of it like an accordion, I guess, right? Where you squeeze an accordion, we need to spread it back out and spread pay within the ranges to make sure that folks are separated appropriately based on their experience and credentials. Another consistent concern was that job titling, so job titles and job hierarchies are not clear to folks. What differentiated a Director 2 from a Director 3 was not clear to many staff, and that can cause perceptions of inequity or feelings of unfairness. Why am I a 2 and she's a 3, or why am I a coordinator and she's a director? So that is one of the ongoing some of the ongoing work that we're going to do with your human capital team to dive deeply into job descriptions and the work that people are doing so that we can make recommendations in partnership with them for clarifying those job titles and hierarchies. Jobs within the same family, so a group of jobs that are doing roughly the same type of work, are spread across multiple pay plans. We've made some recommendations to address that, and there may be more that come, but we've realigned a lot of pay structures to help group like jobs together so that folks can see what their career pathway is in the district, and it helps strengthen retention. If I know that these are the 10 jobs above mine that I can shoot for and I can see that pathway, I'm much more likely to want to stay and work through that. And then finally, some pay administration practices may warrant revision to support employee morale and perceptions of equity. Anytime, and full disclosure, I worked in compensation in a very large district in the state with 90,000 students, and I answered employee questions on this all the time. If people feel like it's a black box, it doesn't matter how fair and equitable it is, it still feels questionable. And so working through sharing and making some of those processes more transparent. Again, not saying anything is unfair or inequitable right now, but making those more transparent and explaining to people how and why those pay decisions are made helps strengthen perceptions of equity, and folks feel like even if they don't like the result, they know that it's fair and defensible. So teacher demographics, well, those numbers are real small on the big screen, but let's say about half of your teachers have 10 or fewer years of experience. In a large urban district, we would expect that to be a much larger percentage of your teacher pie. This looks much more like a suburban district. which is a good thing. That means you're able to recruit and retain experienced teaching staff, and you're not churning through teachers consistently and hiring a higher proportion of inexperienced teachers. So this is a pat on the back moment. This means that the district is doing a good job retaining experienced teaching staff. On the flip side, new teacher hires this year are generally very inexperienced. However, this is true universally in the state. This year, I mentioned we were working with almost 200 districts this year. We have seen the number of inexperienced teacher hires tick up regardless of the size and location of the district. There are just more teachers leaving the profession, fewer teachers entering the profession, and poaching from other districts has become more difficult because there are, again, just fewer teachers seeking opportunities to move. So yes, you have a fairly high percentage of inexperienced new teacher hires. Nothing wrong with that. That is just like what we're seeing everywhere else. The thing to be aware of is from an instructional growth perspective, you always have to dedicate more resources and time to develop and experienced teachers. So again, just something to be aware of. So now we're getting into the market comparisons. This teacher market graph has two lines on it. The orange line is your district salary at each of those years of experience, 0 through 20. And the blue line with the triangles is your local market median. Remember, that is the middle of the values of all of those districts. And so being above that is a good thing. That means when you go to hire, you're offering a premium rate at many of these years of experience, which allows you to recruit and retain teachers. This, again, could connect directly to why you do have so many experienced teachers relative to other large districts. And when we look at the specific numbers, you'll see the third row of numbers there, the percent difference from market. That shows percentage-wise how far you are above that market median. And so you'll see it's 2 to 5%, so still close, but above. And that last row is the dollar difference from market. The highest difference is about $3,200 for your most experienced teachers in the market. And the lowest is at starting pay, again, $1,000. So it's not substantially above market, but definitely a competitive rate. So I mentioned stipends are coming later, but some of the teaching area stipends we looked at were your master's degree value. Right now you have a separate structure for master's degree, but nearly every other district that values master's degree attainment for teachers at a higher rate pays a stipend for that rather than a separate structure. That creates a consistent value for that degree for every teacher regardless of their years of experience. So we recommend that you move towards that also for doctorate degrees. On average, you're paying about $1,200 for a master's degree, some more, some less. Median value in the market is $1,500, and so we're trying to get you closer to that. Secondary math and science, that is an area we're seeing grow around the state. So 7 of your 19 peer districts do pay secondary math and science with a median value of $3,000. That, again, can happen as part of the stipend review, but that may be an area where you consider increasing. Bilingual is right on target with market value, $1 above. 17 of your 19 peers pay that. And then special ed, self-contained, that's sort of a catch-all for the tough, difficult special ed assignments that require heavy lifting, diapering, feeding, behavior classrooms. Right now, your value for that is lower, and you'll see in the stipend review that we're bringing forward recommendations to increase that as well. So now looking at salaries for your other groups, for these exempt salaries, there's no minimum comparison. Rather, we look at the midpoint in employee pay to market because you're typically hiring experienced staff for these, so minimum is less important than midpoint. The number on the far right is the number of jobs within each group. The far left, I'm jumping all over, the far left is the name of the pay group. The next column is individual pay to market on average across all the benchmarks. And then the next column is your structure midpoint to market. So again, on average, these are all very close, which means you've maintained close, on average, ties to market. A few caveats. The first group of executives, those are single incumbent positions. So we expect those to be more volatile to market because it's all based on what an individual has as far as experience, skills, credentials, that dictates their pay, and their pay is compared to other single incumbents in other districts. And so it's a little bit less connected than when you're looking at multi-incumbent jobs. So again, all of these are fairly close to market. You're doing well as far as overall comparisons. You'll see we're still bringing forward recommendations for corrections, especially as it relates to internal equity and how jobs relate to one another. But as far as market comparison goes, you're strong to market. For non-exempt jobs, your hourly staff, these are even better compared to market. And this has become the most volatile area of pay. When Target and H-E-B and gas stations can pay quite a bit more, it can, even if you're not comparing like jobs, just knowing that they could go out into another job in the local area and make substantially more, it's sort of untethered market pressures that are hard to compare. So being above market is a great strategic place to be, and we've made some adjustments even beyond these comparisons to market to ensure that you're not going to suffer significant retention or retention issues or difficulties recruiting staff. So our first recommendation is to realign job groupings and condense the number of pay plans. So instructional programs and campus administrators currently are two separate structures, but those are very interconnected job groupings. And you're often, as a district, moving people within those job groups. So a principal may become a director at central office, an assistant principal may become a coordinator. And so marrying those two structures helps create more internal alignment, and people can see what their pathway will be in one pay plan within the district. We've also recommended to group together counselors, librarians, and nurses with campus professional support. So they are campus professional support positions, and this again marries those groups together. One important point to make is that because counselors, librarians, and nurses used to relate to teacher pay indirectly, we've made some teacher pay equity recommendations within both of those, within the plans referenced in both of those two bullets, to ensure that someone who is in the educator career pathway makes at least a couple % more on a daily rate basis above what they would make as a teacher with their related degree. Right now, there's some disconnect between folks who were teachers and then became something else, like an instructional specialist or counselor or librarian. There are some significant adjustments we're recommending to be sure that they make more than they would make as a teacher. So again, improving that educator career pathway. And then renumbering all the pay plans to reference all of those changes. So this is the ongoing, one of the ongoing items is to retitle and reorganize jobs. You have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different individual job titles within the district. And so working through every single job description to make sure that it's up to date and clearly reflects the work that's being performed, and then aligning those hundreds of job descriptions within the structures takes time. And as Dr. Pena showed you, we've been working on this really in earnest for the month of May, and that's not enough time for human capital to get all of those updated and for us to review them. So that will be the ongoing process. But we still have recommended many titling changes. For example, the administrative support group, the clerical staff, we've recommended a pretty significant retitling to that group to better align jobs and more fresh and modern titles as well. So third recommendation, pay structure adjustments. These are as small as 1% adjustment to midpoint, as high as 15% movement of specific pay grades. That helps, again, get strong starting salaries for recruitment purposes, midpoints aligned with market or above. And as I mentioned, improving the educator career pathway. We really want to make sure that we're not devaluing people who leave the classroom and to do other jobs in that instructional pathway. Number 4 is a general pay increase to maintain your market position, but also add some adjustments to improve individual pay. We want to make sure every employee is paid at least 1% above their minimum rate. That way they're a little bit above what an incoming and experienced person would be paid at the minimum, creating a little separation there. Strategic adjustments to get people furthest from market a little bit closer, and to spread pay within the ranges. The teacher pay equity adjustments I mentioned are to make sure that people make more than they would make as a teacher. And then placement scale adjustments, that's the spreading out of the accordion, where we've got minimum to midpoint for many of your hourly ranges divided by 10 or 15 years of experience. And so people would be aligned with rates based on their years of experience and spread accordingly. And then finally, the cost summary. We've got the general pay increase first, adjustments in the next column, and then estimated total increases. The teaching stipends adjustment would be, in this case, I believe those are the master's degree and doctorate degree adjustments. And then we've got, for example, the campus professional support adjustments. You'll see those are very significant. That's the educator career pathway corrections where people are moved above their teacher daily rate. And then for your instructional programs, that is also for your campus administrators, those teacher career pathway adjustments as well. I think it's your turn now.
And board, as you heard Ms. Campbell provide those recommendations, I'm going to share with you our recommendations based on what she shared on what's achievable and feasible to accomplish this year and moving forward. So here's a summary of what Ms. Campbell shared. The first recommendation being realigning job groupings and condensing those pay plans. We believe strongly in working with budget and the talent management team that those are things that we can implement this school year, pending your support. Renumbering all the pay plans would just help with housekeeping of how the compensation manual is organized, and as Ms. Campbell said, it needs just some updating and upgrading of job titles, et cetera. The next one would be an ongoing work in progress, retitling and reorganizing jobs to create internal alignment and build that logical career pathway. We can get a strong start this school year, but it would require a little bit more work every year, and collaborating with TASB on how to do that intensively and progressively with our entire workforce. And so, as you know, we have over 10,000 employees, and that will require some work on our part to make sure we're looking at all those departments and pay grades in an equitable way. The third recommendation was to implement pay structure adjustments to align with market. As you'll see here shortly with Ms. Candelaria's presentation, the companion presentation from budget is to implement pay structure adjustments to align with market, strong salaries, also making sure that midpoints are aligned with the market. I wanted to reiterate that the midpoint raise allows for increased equity across the pay grades, and that early career employees are able to advance towards that midpoint. Experienced employees would receive increases while staying in the pay grade salary range. So we believe that that would be something that we can have a work in progress. And lastly, adopt a general pay increase to maintain market position. We believe with a recommended budget that we're able to attain that this school year, and that could be something that we could demonstrate to our community and our staff that we would be able to achieve. Securing our spot as a leading employer. I have one last recommendation before we pass it on to Ms. Candelaria. I want to start off with this quote from TASB, actually. National survey from the National Education Association found that 32% of the respondents said that the pandemic has led them to plan to leave the education profession earlier than anticipated. And as you can see there, the disproportionality with educators of color and those with more than 20 years was even higher. And so we have been called to action to review this data and also bring to you a recommendation. Our team took a look at local district retention incentives where they've already shared on their website or publicly. Here we can see our district to the east, the Dallas ISD, compensating teachers. That's non-TEI. TEI stands for Teacher Excellence Initiative. That's their version of the teacher incentive allotment. And then non-teaching staff at $2,500. And they're one of the first districts to announce that. And so here you have Plano, you have Duncanville and their strategy to retain their employees We foresee that many more districts will start announcing around the summer and putting it out to the community as far as their initiative to retain their staff. As you can see, on average, we see anywhere between $25 to $2,000 there. Here's a few more. Some are doing it by pay grade category. Some are doing it by years of experience, years of service. You have a flyer there from Spring, who's also providing 2 additional wellness days to their staff. So again, this is just the start, and we'll be seeing a lot more coming from districts. So in working with our budget team, Ms. Candelaria and I were reviewing this information, and of course, our superintendent and Deputy Molnar, the ESSER 3 recommendation of a retention incentive recommendation for Fort Worth ISD is for all full-time employees to receive an additional $2,000 as a retention incentive to be paid out in 2 amounts, one in December and one in June, to make sure that we retain them and they don't leave. So that would be the recommendation, followed by a part-time employee of $1,000, $500 in December and $500 in June. And then for our substitutes, again, $1,000, one in the fall and the other one in June as well. And so that is the recommendation for discussion. Board, I would recommend that we save the questions until Ms. Candelaria shares her, because there's a lot of complementary information. That way you have the full picture, and we're better able to have a better conversation, if that's agreeable. Okay? Ms. Candelaria?
Thank you so much, Dr. Pena. So just to complement the presentation, if you'll bring up my presentation, please. And while they're doing that, I also want to thank Ms. Campbell for all her work and collaboration, as well as Dr. Pena and talent management team. It's a lot of teamwork here, and I'm really excited about the work that we're doing as a district in order to move us forward and make us the district of choice when it comes to employees, both from a recruiting and a retention standpoint. And I also have here to my left Patricia Young. She is our budget manager in the budget department, so she's also assisting me this evening as necessary. All right, so let me go ahead and go forward. So this is the compensation, and I would also want to thank the board that participated in the mini budget sessions. It really helps us to continue to formulate plans as we move forward for the district from a budgetary standpoint. But just to kind of go over some of the things that we talked about, that compensation increase. And the district does have a midpoint model, which means that when we give raises, that model calls for the same dollar amount to all individuals within the same pay grade. That means each employee in that pay grade receives the same dollar raise, and it keeps the integrity of the salary structure, as Ms. Campbell indicated. All employees within that same pay grade grow at an equal pace, and also it increases, it ensures that those employees who are below the minimum receive a marginally higher amount, which causes employees to move up within the pay range. And so we have a lot of work to do as we move forward in our pay models, but I'm excited about the work that's going to come. One of the questions that was also asked is, what other TEA major urbans are using this type of model? Well, based on our research from the budget staff, we got a response from all of them except for San Antonio ISD, and all of them are using this midpoint model. All of the major urbans are using this particular model when they give raises and how they place staff. So I thought that was an important question that was asked, and so we're providing that information for context here. In order to also increase transparency, I know this is a little bit more drilled down information, but I think it's important for us to increase the knowledge of our employees and give additional examples so we know exactly what the midpoint model does. So I've given 3 different examples, and these examples are using the current 21-22 compensation manual pay structures, which again, this is before we do all of the work associated with and the implementation of the pay structures, because they have not yet been adopted. But if you look at a minimum for this particular job, this is an admin assistant 2A at level 106. The entry level for this position is $42,506. The midpoint of this position, or the market value of the job, is $52,200, and the maximum, the highest pay for the position, is $61,894. So if you look at 4% of midpoint, that it is calculated based on that midpoint. So you multiply 52,200 times 4%, you generate $2,088, and that is applied to all employees. So an employee that's making $44,000 below the midpoint would receive $2,088, or 4.74% of the pay increase. Someone who's making $60,000 or is above the midpoint would receive the same level, $2,088, or a 3.48% increase. The second example that I have is a level 305, or custodian 3, head at a middle school, level 305. The minimum entry level for that position is $34,836. The midpoint of the job, the market value, is $42,391, and the maximum is $49,945. If you calculate the 4% of midpoint, which is $1,696, every employee in that pay grade would receive that same amount. So an example, $36,000 would receive $1,696, or 4.71, and the employee making $48,000 would also receive the same amount, or 3.53% pay increase. The third example is an assistant principal at a high school level, level 403. That is for 215 days, and the minimum entry level of that job is $78,446, and the midpoint, or the market value of the job, is $92,176, and the maximum is $105,906. If you take 4% of the midpoint of $92,176, that's $3,687. So an AP making $80,000 would receive $3,687, or 4.6%, and an AP making $100,000 would receive that same amount, or 3.68%. I want to also point out the history of the pay increases from 2014 to 2014-15 to 2021-22. This may have explained why some of the pay plans has evolved over time because of the way that the pays were given out. So if you look here, if you look in 15-16, well, actually all of them, most of them were based on the salary at the time and not necessarily on the midpoint, even though you had a midpoint structure. So for example, in 15-16, 2% of salary plus a one-time bonus. 16-17, same salary. 17-18 was also based on salary, 18-19 on salary. In 19-20, it changed. 2% of the midpoint, or salary, whichever was greater, plus House Bill 3. So the individuals that were making above the midpoint received a higher increase in dollars, and therefore moved them from the midpoint, which is some of the compression issues that we're seeing on the salary structure today. And again, this may have caused individuals, again, to move farther away from the midpoint, or what we consider the market value of the job. Some additional considerations, specifically for teachers, want to spend a little bit of time working on the teacher's pay plan. The proposed teacher salary schedule that we're looking at is going to be based on the base salary only, the bachelor's degree, and that would be the one that we publish and that we recommend for adoption. We've calculated a 4% increase from the base, that bachelor's degree, and we're considering an entry level at year 0 of $60,000. This year's year 0 is $58,000. So our entry level would be $60,000. And then, as Ms. Campbell indicated, stipend for teachers for masters and doctorates would be added to the proposed base salary. So the proposed teacher's master's degree stipend would be $1,400, and the teacher's doctorate stipend would be $3,000. Teachers would receive only one stipend, with the highest qualifying stipend to be added. There would be a hold harmless provision for stipends to be implemented. And because of some of the distance between the bachelor's degree and the master's degree, and the bachelor's degree and the doctorate degree, it is not even across the salary schedule. And so this is one of the work that we have to do with regards to making sure that we have the alignment, but also hold those employees harmless that are in those respective situations. We would also look to applying our midpoint model to teachers in the future by applying a general pay increase and to the market median salary, but that's part of the work that we have to do in the future. So I also wanted to give you some examples with regards to teachers so that you could see what is the impact of this change. So if we look at a teacher on the teacher's current year 15 salary schedule, that's our current teacher salary schedule at year 15, with a bachelor's degree, their salary to be $65,477. We're proposing that 4% increase when they move to from year 15 to year 16, and would place them at $68,096. So their base increase would be $2,619, or 4%. Looking at a teacher, the same teacher with a master's degree. So this teacher has their placement on that salary schedule is $66,672. Again, referring to the base for just the bachelor's is $65,477. We are proposing to move them to year 16, which would be $68,096, plus we would add a stipend of $1,400 for that master's degree, and their total would be $69,496. So their base increase would be a 4%, $2,619, but their particular stipend would increase by $205 because of that difference that I talked about between the current schedule between a bachelor's and a master's degree. That spread currently is only $1,195, okay? So when we standardize that stipend, some individuals will see a small uptick in their stipend amount. Let's look at another example, example number 3. This is a teacher that's currently on year 22 with a master's degree. $70,010 is that amount, and their base is $68,411. The salary schedule that's being proposed, which is just for the teacher's bachelor's, is for 23 years, is now $71,147. Plus, we add their stipend of $1,400 for that master's degree. In this particular case, their spread between the bachelor's and the master's is $1,599. So we would hold harmless their stipend and add a hold harmless stipend of $199. So again, their base increase would be $2,736. Their base increase would be 4%, but there would be no change to the stipend. Okay. For nurses, counselors, and librarians, this is a lot of the work that needs to be done. We're going to place them, as Ms. Campbell indicated, on the campus professional support to align them with the market and other districts. This allows the talent management group additional flexibility for those placement of new hires and aligns the current employees to market. And we'll begin to utilize the new midpoint model within their own pay level to calculate the salary. And we're currently in the process of reviewing that placement and structure considerations to make sure that it's in line with the intent that we have with regards to the salary increases. This is the calculation with regards to the 4% of midpoint, including fringe. You'll see that this calculation is $26,002,961. And this is the various categories, and we broke it down a little differently than we did on May 24th. So this is teachers, and then we have a category for counselors, librarians, and nurses. and then the remaining staff under administration, operation, and other staff. You'll see a difference in a variation between the Ms. Campbell's presentation and this presentation, keeping in mind that Ms. Campbell looked across at all employees which are funded by other funds. So this is just the general fund component, which is what we're proposing for the board to adopt. So there's the difference between her number and our calculation. We also received another alternative proposal for a compensation that was submitted by Dr. Ryan that we went ahead and calculated both based on a midpoint model and also on the salary, because we didn't quite know exactly if you wanted it on just the salary or on a midpoint, and we did both thanks to the team. So the paraprofessionals hourly employees were proposed at 6%, classroom teachers, librarian, and counselors at 5%, campus administration and administrators and district support staff coordinators and below at 4%, and central office administrators, directors, and above at 3%. So if you look at the calculation, again, this is just the general fund only. That cost with fringe is $30,910,780. This is the various percentages that I just listed, but off of the midpoint. I will note that one of the things that's here on the when you compare the teacher, nurses, librarians, and counselors to the proposal, the 4% off the midpoint, it's about a $4 million difference when you look at this costing versus the other costing. And then finally, if you just look at the calculation based on base salary and not off the midpoint, you're looking here at $29,444,095. And so with that, we are here to answer any questions that you might have with regards to the presentation.
First, I want to say thank you. I want to open it up to questions. Trustee Evans.
Thank you all so much for this very comprehensive report, or reports, kind of. I like the way they work together. Carmen, at the beginning of your presentation, you're talking about the midpoint and you mentioned compression. If you could explain that a little more to me, and how does adopting a midpoint model make us a stronger employer, or I believe you called it an employer of choice?
I can start and then I'll certainly let Ms. Campbell address that. She's had a lot more experience with regards to that. But when we define the market value of the job, which is what we consider the midpoint of our salary schedules, and so in order to avoid compression, what we want to do is we want to move employees to the midpoint. And so when we calculate a salary increase, that means everyone within the job that's below the midpoint will move closer to the midpoint, move faster to the job. And then the individuals that are above the midpoint will slow down, basically, but they will receive a lower percentage increase. But that is the intent of the model, is that you're trying to keep those individuals closer to the midpoint. So if you were to look at a scattergram, and I think Ms. Campbell had it, you can see when you position everyone within that particular pay level, they're all hovering around the middle, and that is the intent. You can also move employees if you feel that a job in particular needs a market adjustment. That's when Ms. Campbell said, we move the structure. In other words, you move the midpoint. You might give a 4% increase on the midpoint of the job, but you may move the structure 1% over. So the midpoint, the minimum moves up, and so does everything else, because you're trying to create a spread of about 40%, which is what she was saying, between 20% on one side, 20% on the other, is what I've seen. She indicated, I think it's 12, 18 or something like that. So it really depends on what objectives the district is trying to achieve, and we can achieve that if we implement the model. I believe what's happened, and certainly, this is just what has happened, the historical perspective that I put up there, is that it appears that we've been giving this, that salary increase, and we've been giving it based on the salary for those that are above the midpoint. So they are moving actually further away from the intent, which is to keep them at the midpoint. I don't know if I answered that question.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
That was so good. I would just add that in private sector and in systems of compensation where you can differentiate pay for performance, you want to pay people different pay increases for their work for that year. In school districts, we don't have, for all jobs in the district, a measure of what makes me a better employee for that year of service than someone else. So when talent management places employees in the structure, they're very intentional about why Dr. Pena is $2,000 above Amy, and we want to preserve that difference. And so giving the same increase keeps us the same distance apart, just moves us all, like Carmen was saying, further along in the structure, closer to market. If we are giving salary-based increases and he's $2,000 above me, he's going to move further away from me than was intended when I was originally placed at my salary. So it preserves the placement and moves people, again, faster to market, slower beyond that.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. Does this midpoint model put us in a stronger position for recruitment and retention?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson, and thank you for this report. Regarding the stipends, is there a place, and we don't need to get into the weeds or the nitty-gritty right now, but where can I go if I am looking to find the criteria for different stipends? Because we've listed a lot of stipends, and we don't need to belabor that point, but I know that, for example, with the bilingual stipend, what is the criteria? What constitutes a person as a bilingual teacher? Is there a test they have to pass? Is there, are you kind of following me on this? Because I could say, I know a little bit of Spanish. Why am I not getting the bilingual stipend? And I'm sure that that's not the case, but where would I go to find that criteria?
So Trustee Dar, the current best location to find that is in the compensation manual, and it'll have the description of the stipend. It is not as deep as you've alluded to, and I think that's an area of opportunity that I shared with TASB when we initiated our conversation, is being more transparent and explicit with our definitions and our process, and also the requirements for those stipends. So I think Ms. Campbell also shared that she found that our district compared to our other comparison districts have a lot more stipends in general comparatively to other districts, but that is definitely an area of opportunity, and the requirements of those stipends and being more transparent with that. And I'll let Ms. Campbell add any additional information.
I would say yes to all of that. And as we work through the stipend review, we'll bring forward recommendations that, because we do a stipend study of stipends across the state as well. Teaching area stipends like bilingual, special ed, secondary math and science, but also all of those extracurricular stipends. So we'll bring forward recommendations for those, as well as a structure within which to pay the stipends. And then procedures is another deliverable. I didn't talk about it because there was a whole lot of other stuff to talk about, but that is one of the final deliverables that we provide, is in collaboration with talent management. We're going to work through procedures, how to administer the pay plans once we're finished with all of this. So that will be coming, absolutely.
Is there a timeline for that? Do you know when we can expect that information? And it doesn't need to be specific, but just a ballpark.
Yeah, we're hoping for in the next 2 months to finalize all of that. School start is rapidly approaching, and I know compensation plan adoption has to happen. Something like a compensation plan revision adoption could happen at some point if it's after your fiscal year has started. But yeah, absolutely, we're hoping in the next 2 months.
Okay. And I'd also, where we spend our money identifies what our priorities are. And if student outcomes and improving student outcomes are our priorities, then putting that money into the people who are working with students is critical. And so I'm very glad to see that we are ensuring that all employees are paid at least 1% above the minimum rate. I would support as high as we could go on that to compensate the people who are working directly with our children and and those who are working indirectly. There are people working indirectly making a significant impact on the outcomes that students are producing and what our students are able to do. So that human resources are critical resources, and I want to make sure we're taking care of them.
I tell boards all the time that this is always a work in progress. You can never adopt a pay plan and set it and forget it. Every single year, you're going to be making revisions to your plan and how you're paying people. So that is absolutely an area. How far we're paying people above minimum is an area that will be worked on over time as we revise the placement procedures and get people further into the range when they're hired. So we're on board with that as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Trustee Dar, you asked for something specifically within 2 months. Would you like to state that for the record, and let's get it on the calendar so it comes back?
I didn't ask for it specifically. I simply asked if there was a timeline, and then the length of time that was provided to me was 2 months.
Okay, and can we make sure that we get that on the calendar so that it comes back to us in 2 months? Thank you. Trustee Dr. Ryan.
A couple of questions. First, on the market value, I'm basically looking at the people that are in our trades. Is that based on the market value from other school districts or in the community?
Both. So jobs like an electrician, a plumber, custodian, they would factor in half of the market value is going to be non-school value, so what that is in private sector, construction industry, et cetera, and half of the value would be school districts. So it does weight those out-of-school district values very heavily.
Okay. Now I've got a question where we're moving the counselors, nurses, and librarians into campus, the support, professional support for the campuses. I know that I hope that there's some kind of pay value in there because our nurses certainly have earned it and our counselors are earning it right now. Putting the librarians in there, one of the things, I can't go in and sub for a nurse, I can't go in and sub for a counselor, but they've had me go in and sub for a librarian. What are we gonna do about that? We still gonna, if you're gonna have subs for them, you know, where do we go? Because in the past, we haven't counted that towards longevity pay or whatever, so how do we work that out? Are we making it, your librarians, you really are that professional person that we want to support campus, so you're out of that loop from now on?
I can answer the first piece. So the average pay increases for nurses, counselors, and librarians are fairly high because remember, we're comparing their daily rates to teacher daily rates. We want to make sure that they're making above that. So for example, the average nurse increase is 7.2% in this model, so substantially above the 4% base. High school and middle school counselors are 9.4 and 9.6% average increases. So they do get proportionately a lot more. So there's absolutely no negative impact to them being consolidated with campus professional support. If anything, they're benefiting from that financially.
Well, I know they will be. They always appreciate being valued for what they put in.
For sure.
One other question. We talked for a second about teachers moving out into administration and other areas and devaluing them from the teaching. And what I've usually found out is most of them are moving because they're making more money when they go in administration. There are a lot of teachers I'd love to keep forever in the classroom because they're that quality of person. You give me enough John Hamiltons and folks like that, and we won't have to worry about low scores. And how do I keep them in the classroom instead of wanting to get, I need more pay because I got a family or whatever, and so I'm moving up.
I think that's a great point. One of the great initiatives from our state is a teacher incentive allotment, and we're in the 4th year cohort here in Fort Worth that started this year to create some benchmark data for all K-8 math and reading teachers. And so, excitingly enough, about 2 weeks ago, we had received 3 TIA certified teachers recognized and exemplary from their prior district, and we have one of those teachers at one of our highest need schools. And proud to announce that this teacher, she'll get another $10,000 for the student growth that she demonstrated in the classroom on top of her base salary and her stipend. So that's exciting work, and we look forward to celebrating that here soon publicly. And so I think TIA is going to be our best friend in not just recognizing teachers, but also recognizing the student impact and growth that's aligned with our board goals. So I think that's an exciting journey that we're about to start.
I would just add too, as a district, you're hiring some of your best instructional staff into positions where they can have a broader reach beyond just their classroom. So when you hire some of your best teachers into an instructional coach position, you want to reward them because their reach extends further. So yes, while there are some administrative positions that teachers move into where they do make more money, right now there's an imbalance for some of those lower level instructional pathway positions. And so that's why you see the more significant adjustment dollars. So your specialists and your instructional coaches, those folks who are kind of at the first step above teachers, for many of them, it's lateral or a pay cut to move into that.
Thank you.
Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez.
I have a question on the stipends or compensation. Can we do anything like for the teachers' aides who end up being the substitute teacher because of the shortage of substitutes? And when the teachers call in sick and they end up running the class and they're still making low salaries. So if we can give them like the substitute teacher pay for those days.
We've looked at that before, so because they're already getting paid during the day for their regular job, then they would get that double pay. So that's something that we're reviewing with legal, but it was of concern as a practice before. It's been exacerbated because we've had a higher need with the COVID and higher number of vacancies in our classrooms. But we can certainly revisit that and see what other opportunities there are for us to compensate them.
They're doing more than their job description. Basically, they're running the class for however many days it is. So if we could just look into that, I think they deserve it. And then we received a different presentation on our board package yesterday. There was graphs and stuff in the.
Yes, Dr. Rodriguez, that's for the second presentation, second item on the agenda. As soon as this
Okay.
is the compensation one.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Rodriguez, was that
I'm done,
complete?
yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Trustee Martinez.
Good evening. I'm looking at recommendation 1 where we're combining the job groupings for counselors, librarians, and nurses into the campus professional support. Do each of those areas receive bilingual stipends?
As we're reviewing stipend, that's another area of review, and we're looking at, for example, just to name an example, counselors that are bilingual and how currently they're not receiving the stipend. So that's another area of opportunity. Also, within teachers, if there's a Spanish curriculum that they're required to teach, like I'm a dyslexia teacher, they're currently not receiving that stipend, only if they're coded as bilingual teachers in the content. So those are some areas of review that we're working with TASB on as well.
Okay, so if we group those in the same category, same grouping, then it would it apply to that entire category?
We have flexibility. Y'all have flexibility to determine that as we work through it. So the pay grouping that they're in should not exclude them from their ability to receive a stipend. As we work through the stipend review, absolutely, we can bring recommendations for that forward. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then can you explain a little bit more about the pay equity and how we work towards attaining that? When we have newer professionals that come in at a higher pay rate than, may say, their experienced peers, how do we move closer to that pay equity?
So that's an extreme challenge that we'll have to work through, because the experience that's captured electronically in your payroll and HR systems right now may not include every year of experience that they actually brought to the table. It may be just what was credited when they were hired. So digging through all of that experience data will be an ongoing longer-term fix. But the idea would be for each, within each pay grade, to determine the total related experience that should be credited for pay placement purposes for each individual. So we're talking, set aside the teachers, because those are fairly straightforward. The other half of your employees is who we're talking about. So it's quite an undertaking to review 5,000 individuals' experience records. So again, just to manage expectations, that is a longer-term ongoing review. You're welcome to add something.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
My apologies. Your mention of the teacher incentive allotment made me think of another question, and I'm thrilled that we have recruited 3 teachers who are already receiving the teacher incentive allotment. Let's keep recruiting them. But I believe isn't this the year that we should have some in-house teachers who also become eligible to receive the TIA? Is that correct?
That is correct. So we're using the MAP data from beginning of year to end of year growth, and that'll determine where we start seeing the benchmarks and the cut points based on the growth. And so we're excited to see that. In addition to that, our cross-functional team with academics and school leadership and business will continue to add more categories beyond K-8 math and reading to ensure that we have more categories eligible for incentive allotment. So we're very excited about that.
Good, because we've got some great teachers that aren't just teaching K-8 math and reading.
That's correct.
When will teachers find out if they're eligible for that, or have they already?
So we're working with ADQ. The data is being collected, so
Okay.
it'll take a little bit of time, probably a couple of months. It's got to go to TA designated Texas Tech as the hub for receiving the data, disaggregating it, and then sending it back to us. So we'll keep you posted with updates.
So it'll probably be sometime this fall.
Correct.
Next year is
Yep.
when they, yeah.
What-
Sorry, we're a technical assistance provider for TIA, so we work closely with TEA. Your data's due in the fall, but then they go through their whole data validation process, and they don't announce until somewhere in the spring of next school year, so the next school year.
So there will be some teachers with a nice surprise come next spring.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this 2 reports, very plain on how we are working towards to pay off our teachers better, and how we are above that minimum, that midpoint across the district. Piggyback on Ms. Martinez's question on stipend, can any teacher or instructional coach or administrator who is bilingual receive that stipend?
So the current stipend is for bilingual teachers, and so nurses, librarians, as asked earlier, they do not, if they're bilingual. That's an extra, again, review of what other districts are doing, especially if they're required to teach a curriculum in Spanish or have requirements that are in both languages.
Okay, thanks. And then if the board decides to approve the 4% increase, how will this affect our general balance? I know we have some money in reserve, and this is a $26 million increase. How will this affect in the future years?
Very good question. So we've incorporated this amount into the budget already. I think that was, when we presented the budget back in May, this was already incorporated. It was slightly higher amount, but we've already incorporated it into the budget. And again, that's part of the work that we have to do to realign our positions with the actual enrollment and revenue that we're actually going to receive. And so we have some work to do as we recognize that the ESSER dollars are receding. And so we have to make sure that we do that heavy lifting and really analyze all of our spend to make sure that we move towards eventually to a balanced budget.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Jackson. Going back to the first presentation of things, particularly the employee feedback aspect, I know you touched on it. I just wanted to be able to reiterate or get a little more clarity as to what that may look like going forward. So particularly the 2 points of job titling and job hierarchies aren't clear to many, causing perception of inequity. And jobs within the same family are spread across multiple pay plans. So those 2 things, and I know that, we have ongoing work in progress when it comes to that according to what you gave to us. But I would like to get a little bit more, I guess, meat on that bone of what does this current recommendation look like towards that, and what does the future look like, as that is an ongoing work in progress to getting that clarified.
I'll start, and then Ms. Campbell can add. So, for example, when currently we have coordinator positions amongst different pay grades based on their department, and so the first step would be looking at our current pay grades and realigning them to make sure that they're more streamlined and up to date. So that's step one. After just years of adding job descriptions, it's gotten a little misaligned, and so the progression and the pathway for succession is unclear in some of those pay grade categories. And so that's step one, is looking at how we can start realigning all those pay grades. And then step two is within those job descriptions, Ms. Campbell said, it's a little unclear what a coordinator 5 per se and a director 1 is really, what's the difference between the two job descriptions, is going within each job category and really reevaluating those and working with the departments and the divisions to make sure that those are up to date and that those are still the job functions that those individuals are doing. And I'll pass it on to Ms. Campbell.
Yes to all of that. I would add that I think over time in public sector, and this is fairly universal, not unique to Fort Worth ISD, when we can't give big pay increases, sometimes we give title increases. And so sometimes the titles don't accurately reflect what someone is doing. And over time, I'm not going to be that same person in that position for forever. And so as incumbents change, sometimes jobs morph around incumbent skill sets. And so what was the job description when I was hired may not be the job that I'm doing now. So it is a constant, constantly changing thing that we always have to keep up with. And it's hard from, talent management does not have enough time on their schedule with everything else they're doing to tackle that as well. And so we're able to support that process with their expertise as well. So it's that partnership allows for the changes to happen rather than just us or just them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes great sense. Yes, please.
I'm sorry. If I could also add that, I think the work that we need to do with regards to aligning the structure is not a short-term solution, as Ms. Campbell indicated. It's a long-term solution. But we need to stabilize the salary structures with the work that we're doing here. And also what we can do is once we do that, then we can identify certain jobs that we look at on an annual basis to make sure that they're all aligned. So if we hear that, the particular group is not aligned, then, for example, I'll use custodians. So we hear as custodians are not aligned. So then we select that group in that particular year. We invite Ms. Campbell to come back in and help us specifically in those particular group. And then we do a more targeted review to make sure that they are aligned. But I think this first work is one of the most important work that we'll have to do is realign all the pay plans and renumber. That way we have a good look at trying to then use that as a foundation to then look at those jobs that are more targeted, that we're having maybe problems recruiting, or that we get a lot of complaints or concerns that they're misaligned. And so I think that's the real work that's going to happen, and it's not a short-term solution, it's a longer-term solution.
Yeah, and so that makes great sense. So, I mean, I'm hearing that with this recommendation, it starts that process by the stabilization aspect to be able to begin that work. So that makes great sense. And I appreciate the partnership aspect of that as well, how that would play out. Now, of course, reasonably understanding that's long-term, that means that it's going to take a minute to be implementing, and that's a thing that's going to be happening. And yet and still, and of course, I know you don't have this probably worked out completely as of yet, what does a timeline of something like that look like, though? Because although reasonably, yes, it makes sense it's going to take a little time, and there's a partnership there, and this is kind of step A even towards getting that to occur. We also don't want to look up and we are 3, 4, 5 years down the road and it's like, oh yeah, still ongoing work in progress. So what does that look like to where we actually can see some substantial stabilization across those parts of the ongoing process being completed?
So I think it's okay to expect ongoing work that never stops. I think set aside a portion of it that is going to happen. An analogy I use is this work right now is the rebuilding the engine. This is the total transmission overhaul, the big fix. Over year, you've got oil changes that you have to do, or routine maintenance, the tune-ups. We work with, this year, 196-ish districts. Over 100 of those are maintenance clients that we work with every single year, including many of the large urban districts that Carmen had listed earlier. And we do that for them. So they bring us their problem list of jobs that are challenging, applicant pools are low, they're having issues of some compensation sort, and we recommend some strategic fixes to address that. Then, of course, there's the general pay increases and the normal adjustments that need to occur. And so that is absolutely something we could do for y'all, and we could also support you from a distance if you choose to do that within the district by yourselves too.
Yeah, and so that does make great sense, and it is understandable. I guess so. I guess the final piece of clarity within that, like I said, this is an employee feedback. So for an employee that may have offered this feedback, what will they hear a year from now, 2 years from now, or what is it that we'll be able to tell them to where they feel like this feedback is no longer necessary because clearly the district has done something to move in a proper direction?
I think we can go back, Trustee Phillips, to the initial conversation that we started with each of the division chiefs, and they ranked and prioritized what their highest needs are. So I'll just use an example for academics. We know special ed is a high need. We have a high number of vacancies there as well for recruitment and also for retention, and that's throughout the state. So I think once we start meeting with each of the departments and the divisions, it'll help us prioritize which ones are their highest need and work closely to create a differentiated timeline for each one. So just looking at special ed, that would be one that I think, based on where we are today, would be a prioritized.
Right, so we'll have these along the way that we can point to and show the progress that has been made, and show that this feedback has been taken seriously.
And going back to that ongoing communication between us, transparency,
yes,
and making sure that the division chiefs are communicating as well, the same message is going to be key.
Indeed, I appreciate that, and so thank y'all for this presentation and the format in which you've done. I know that one of the conversations was about attempting to simplify as much as possible, and so much of this was it's terminology, it's numbers, it's things like that, but this really did seem like we were able to follow this. Our statement, I could follow this and figure out what's going on along the way. So I'm appreciative of this presentation and the work that went behind it. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Jackson.
Thank you. Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan.
Well, I just want to follow, and again, thank you, because this report helped clear up a whole lot of questions and was really well done. One thing I want to just ask, we had information in there about the stipends for master's and doctorate degrees for teachers. When are we going to look at stipends for all the extra work that people put in for directors and coaches and stuff? Because we've lost a number of them to other districts that are paying for that quality of person.
So I've reviewed the market data for those already, and we're in process for developing recommendations. That's what I hope will be finished in 2 months, that we could bring forward so that it can be folded into the budget, or at least you have a target for making those changes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I want to thank you all. This is the most comprehensive, I've never seen a presentation this comprehensive from our district with regard to salary structure. It was 8 years ago that we had a TASB survey or study. How are we going to make sure? Is this going into a strategic plan? Are we going to have a maintenance plan? I want to make sure that we know, to follow up on Trustee Phillips' question.
My recommendation earlier on was to make sure that we had this every 3 to 5 years, so we can work with superintendent, leadership, and the board to make sure that recommendation is something that's feasible and within the budget. We're going to be doing ongoing maintenance to Trustee Phillips' question, but I think it's important that we continue that relationship with TASB to make sure that we're aligned to market and other districts and just the job market for our operations and auxiliary employees as well.
I think so too. Thank you. Also on the teacher's market graph, which I can show you here, the starting salary was $56,925. If I understood right, it's going to $60,000.
So
Is
that's
that-
the market start. Your market median is 56,925. You're currently at 58.
We're at 58.
Yeah.
So the range was 56,925 to 58. Now it's 56,925 to 60. That took us from a 1.8% gap to 5.4, which is huge. The question then becomes, we're laying out the money for the teachers. What is our plan of action to attract new teachers and to keep them? I don't like the word retain too much. I like valued employee. The bonuses, instead of retaining them, I'd like it to be an valued employee bonus or something. So what are the recruitment strategies, the induction, and then what kind of positive reinforcement?
So there's some great news. Having a recruitment team for the first time in about 3 years, it's going to help. So I have a full recruitment team. And the strategy we used this year was early recruitment for the first time in a long time. So as you recall, I've been providing updates to district leadership and the board. I believe from what I've researched, haven't started back. We started in December. December 4th was one of our big events where we recruited 58 candidates. Then we had a big job fair in January. We've had large job fairs before spring break that have allowed us also to fill assistant principal positions, instructional coaches, to support academics, and getting the best teachers earlier on in the year. And just this past Tuesday, we hired 79 new employees to the district from our job fair this past Tuesday. So the strategy, Trustee Jackson, is early hiring, backward mapping those needs, working with school leadership and academics to make sure that we have also those assessment centers where we're assessing large groups of candidates, really having a communications plan to push and market that extensively beyond the Fort Worth community to capture other local districts. And I think somebody used the word poach. I think it was Ms. Campbell. And then really take care of those employees once they get here, having a strong new teacher mentoring program, a strong induction program with academics and school leadership, and that we support our principals with that as well, along with, of course, a strong compensation plan. And I think teacher incentive allotment is also a great asset to our district. And also we initiated Grow Your Own programs this year in our partnership with Region 11, and we've got over close to 80 candidates that had applied and received notice of, yes, I'm a current teacher assistant in the district and would love to be a teacher, and so we're supporting them with that. We also have our teacher resident work where we're creating a pipeline from the university. And so it's a multi-pronged strategy. Those are just a few that we're doing now, and they're working, and I can't wait to see the future because we're gonna be talking to universities a lot sooner and bringing them here. We had about 9 of them here this past Tuesday, also offering career advancement opportunities for our current staff that a lot of them signed up and said, I want my master's, I want my doctorate at a lower cost. And that's a commitment to us, from us to them, that we're supporting them with their career.
Sounds like a good topic for our weekly report to the community. Ms. Campbell had a question with regard to the top factor beyond pay for keeping employees. You said there were other factors. What are they?
So let's see if I can remember them off the top of my head. I have a presentation at SLI about this in 2 days, so I should know that. But we have support from supervisors. I think a very common quote is that people don't quit their job so much as they quit their boss. So supervisory support, resources, and for teachers, especially this year, in our employee engagement surveys, we've heard time is the biggest resource that they're seeking. Let's see, working conditions, that's the physical stuff like building quality, but also collegial relationships with their other teacher peers. 1, 2, 3, 4, pay. I'm forgetting what the 5th one is, but those 4, including pay, are the biggest ones that we typically see.
And it looks like we're addressing those from Dr. Pena's comments. So thank you all very much, and
Toby.
Trustee Martinez.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just one more question. As I'm looking over the other examples for the local district retention incentives, I see that other districts, well, they're doing them many different ways, but some of them are doing based on years of service. What was the rationale of proposing giving every employee that was here or returning this year versus years of service? What was the thinking behind that choice?
We did start looking at that and working with budget and having other conversations. We landed on a flat cost, but we can certainly go back, and I'll also, ask Ms. Candelaria to share some thoughts in terms of what's feasible and reasonable within because this will cost us about, what was it, over $20 million. So we were looking at that cost of what's eligible and how we could best support the three groups of full-time employees, part-time, and then substitutes. We can certainly, if there's a recommendation, go back and create a draft proposal to align with some of these other differentiated by year.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering because there's obviously districts that are just doing a flat rate as well, but I was looking at particularly some of the ones that are really rewarding those long-term service employees.
I think the other piece was within our teacher salary schedule. A lot of that retention had been embedded in the past, where you can see larger steps as teachers have more experience as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes our questions. So, Dr. Scribner, are we ready for the budget update workshop?
We are, and we'll go ahead and pivot and have
Yes.
our Chief Financial Officer continue. Carmen Candelaria will take us through the 22-23 budget update.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Scribner, President Jackson, members of the board. Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer. Again, I have Patricia Young with me with the Budget Manager for Budget Office, and I'm also, I believe Dr. Pena is going to stay up here as well in case there's additional questions, but I've also invited Mr. Rudy Mejia, who is from Estrada Hinojosa and is our financial advisor. We have a piece related to our debt this evening. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation. These are some of the things that we just wanted to provide you with a quick budget update and a continuation of the discussion that we had from the May 24th board meeting, as well as some of the mini budget sessions that we had where you all asked for additional information related to enrollment, ADA, and inflation. And then just give you some more information as to where we're at with the budget. And then again, ending with that plan of action to issue debt. So first of all, looking at our key issues, one of the questions that was asked is how are we doing compared to our major urbans, again, defined by TEA. And here we can see where the majority of the larger urbans, as we've heard over and over again, that for the most part, all of them are experiencing enrollment loss, some more than others. For example, Fort Worth ISD, we've lost 10,479 students between 2016, 2017, and 2020, 2021. And that is the data that is being presented through 2021. The only district that's really reflected an increase is Socorro ISD, going from 45,804, having pretty stable enrollment increases and ending at 47,061. And, being from the area, I'm pretty familiar with that. All the other school districts are basically landlocked and everybody's spreading out to Socorro, and so that's why you're seeing the growth. So for the most part, we can see where every major urban is facing the same problem. On the next slide, I wanted to present, this is at a point in time, and this isn't, someone had asked with regards to how many students are transferring out at Fort Worth ISD. This is not a chronological slide. This is just at this particular point in time on October 29, 2021. This is the data from TEA that reflects these are the number of students that have transferred out in this year. In totality. It's not incremental, it's just for this particular year. And so the way that I translated the data from the information, I listed the transfers out for ISDs first. There's a total of 2,289 ISD transfers out, 500 transfer out to Arlington ISD, 408 transfer out to White Settlement, and the rest, 1,381. I used a marker, 400. If you had 400 or less, you went into that slot. So a total of 2,289 students transfer out to other ISDs, and then you have the charters transfer out, a total of 13,647 students transfer out to charters, primarily Idea B Public Schools, 1,966, International Leadership of Texas, 1,933, Trinity Basin Prep, 1,468, Uplift, 3,763, and then other charters combined is 1,636. They also reflect net transfers in those students that come in. It's 84 students. So a net transfer out loss of 15,852 students. We also had a question with regards to ADA and what did our ADA look like. So I grouped it by elementary, middle, and high. And you can see that the kind of validates some of the assumptions that we're making going into 22-23 by leaving that ADA as percentage at 87.1. This is another factor that we use to validate that estimate that we're using for next year. I wanted to also point out that during the fourth attendance there, the 6-week attendance, we had a large drop, and that was attributed primarily to the COVID. We had a large COVID surge during that time. If you recall, we were having a lot of issues with recruiting subs. Some of my staff actually went out there, and I know many of the staff, we had staff that was actually also going out there to provide substitute relief. So that was one of the reasons that was such a significant dip in the fourth grade. 6 weeks, in the fourth 6 weeks. Keep in mind also that we are going to receive about $11 million though from the state from Hold Harmless for the first, second, third, and fourth week attendance. So we did get some money from the state to hold us harmless for that particular drop, okay? Here again is what I just mentioned. We're we're estimating for 22-23 at 87.1 enrollment and ADA in the budget. One of the other things, question that had come up is, what are we losing? Are we reducing staff proportionate to the amount of enrollment loss? And I think the question or the answer is no. We have about 3% in FTEs versus almost a 11.52% in enrollment drop. So I think that was also reflective of some of the staff that we retained from ESSER and some of those things where we didn't reduce the FTE proportionately. You would want to see that they're closer aligned. But again, it's very difficult when you're losing 2,000 students. It's not like you're losing 2,000 at a particular school and you can reduce all that staff. You know, it is not that easy. You're losing it across the district. So our budget is incorporating about 1,500 students lost for next year. But that doesn't necessarily mean one particular area. It could mean a loss of 10 students or 15 here and 15 there across all 140 plus schools. So I think this was important to show, but again, you're not going to ever see that, that same amount, okay? Those same percentages in alignment. The inflation information, thank you to Mr. Mejia that provided this. Our annual inflation rate that you all requested is 8.3% in April. You see the energy prices increased considerably as well as food. So again, we continue to monitor that. That is a concern. We're seeing some real concerns out there, the volatility of the market, investor pool, I would say maybe drying up even. But those are some of the concerns that we have, particularly as we also go and step into the market when we sell our debt. Just give you some information on the publication of our required legal notices. You may have received a question or two, as someone always does, with regards to what is this notice that's in our newspaper. So this is the required notice that was published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram this Monday. And so just gives some information about our budget, and it is a required notice. We posted that we are proposing the same maintenance and operations as this year, 1.0512. That rate could go lower if the final local property values increase more than the statewide average, but they will not be available until probably the end of July. So we'll be receiving that. And we do believe that it will be a lower rate, given what we know. The interest and sinking fund tax rate, we expect that to remain unchanged at 0.2920, and those rates will come back to you for adoption in August. And just to reiterate, this is the same slide that I presented in May. We haven't gotten anything different. The preliminary values here that we received still include the old homestead exemption of 25. Voters did pass it, went to 40,000, so we're going to lose some of that assessed valuation that's included in here, and that will be finalized again at the end of July. Our property tax rates, here is just a comparative graph, just to show you again that change that's been happening as we move forward and calculate our compressed rate. So right now, we're building the budget at 1.0512 for next year. And then we're still retaining the same key budget assumptions. That 4% midpoint that for pay for staff is incorporated in there. And those assumptions have not changed from the presentation in May, and neither has our budget that we're proposing. Any fine tuning with regards to the adjustments that we make, and also any stipend recommendations that materially alter our budget, we'll come back with a budget amendment as soon as we have that work that's completed and see how it's materially going to impact our budget. And we'll bring that amendment forward as we need to. Keeping in mind, remember that we pass, or that the board adopts the budget based not on a line item by line item, but on a function basis. So that is the requirement. We pass it by function and not necessarily on a line item basis. Our debt service budget has also remained the same as our food service budget has remained the same. And then we have some key dates. Again, the budget is required to be adopted by the board prior to July 1st, 2020. And we have our board meeting scheduled for June 28th, 2022. These next slide reflect our plan of action to issue debt. So we're proposing that we would issue a debt size of $150 million. This is our first tranche from the 2021 bond program authorization that was passed in November of 2021, where we received $1.2 billion in authorization. What you'll see is you'll see a parameters resolution that will come to you at the July meeting. And basically that parameters resolution just outlines some of the key terms that we need to stay under. The size of the issuance, what interests we have to work with, and that length of the authorization. How long will you allow us to finish the transaction? We may need an updated reimbursement resolution based on the speed of the 2021 bond program, and we're analyzing that with our owner's agent Presidio to make sure that we're aligned with our spend. We're also working very closely with our financial advisors and finalizing our bond counsel and disclosure counsel based on the board-approved list and authorization that you've granted us. We'll be bringing an underwriting team with a senior manager and some co-managers, and we'll bring that to you back in July. So this is our timeline that we have for you, and just kind of maybe gives you a picture of all of the work that's necessary that we have to do in order for us to be able to bring a transaction of this size to the market. So there's a lot of work that we do as a team to be able to bring this forward. And so this is just giving you some key highlights. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you all about today was our investor relations program. And so Today, right after the meeting, we're going to launch our new open access investor relations website. Really provides a single location for us to be able to place all of our key documents and data in one location. So we'll have our ACFR there, we'll have our quarterly investment, we'll have some rating information, we'll have our news releases related, we'll have our team that's also posted there, as well as our prior bonds, our QSIP numbers, just to give some additional transparency to the work that we're doing so that we can continue to achieve a high rating. And we believe that this is really important information that needs to go out to our investors, to our credit agencies, but also our stakeholders. So any one of you can go out there and look at the information that we listed on there, again, to try to improve our transparency. We have also contracted with BondLink to launch the website, and so we're excited about that partnership. We've also linked it from our webpage out to this particular website. It's on our department. You go out to the departments, click on financial transparency, and then that brings you to the investor relations, and you click on that, and it goes to this website here that we have, where again it provides us with all kinds of information related to our bonds. So we're excited about that, excited about continuing to increase our transparency, because that is very important to ensure that we get our people to the table to buy our bonds. So these are some of the key dates that we have. We've come here to talk about our plan of action. We're launching the website tomorrow, and then we have our parameters order that we're going to come back to the board on June 26th. We will post our preliminary official statement on August 5th. We'll price our bonds on or about August 16th, and then we'll get our money and close our bonds on September 6th, 2022. So that is kind of in a nutshell where we're at this point before our next budget presentation that will come on June 28th.
Trustee Evans.
You mentioned the BondLink website to be transparent to investors, or to these people who are buying the bonds. What happens if we don't sell all 150 million by the close date? Do we have a penalty?
That's a great question. So I'll start, and then maybe Rudy can start. So if we, one of the reasons we have a syndicate of underwriters, right, is that we develop the parameters around our structure, and we go out to the market. If we don't sell to investors in the market, our underwriters will step in to do that, is to underwrite our bonds and buy our bonds. What's that?
That's absolutely correct, yes. There is no penalty cost. The underwriters will assume the bonds that are not sold. And basically what staff and we will do is negotiate with the underwriters beforehand to have a target interest rate that we want to achieve. And if that's achieved, then the transaction is sold, all the investors receive bonds. If not, underwriters will accept those bonds and try to sell them on the secondary market.
Okay. And I know in the past you've told us we have a great credit rating, you know, an A or A+ credit rating as an institution. Do our bonds hold that same rating? Are they that as strong because of our financial position?
Yeah.
That's a great question, Ms. Evans. Currently, the district's rating is AA1 by Moody's, which is one notch below AAA, right? So if you were to compare this to our personal credit scores, it'd be like a 850 is your AAA. Fort Worth ISD right now is at like an 845. So it's a very high underlying credit rating of AA1. And what's unique to Texas is that school districts qualify for what's called the Permanent School Fund, which would allow the district to utilize a AAA credit rating when they enter into the markets. So this is important because now when we go to market with bonds, we're going to achieve the lowest possible interest rate on our bonds. Sure thing.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. So there's a cycle that's all related to the finance, and that factors into ADA, because if the students aren't in school, then we're not getting the ADA money. And if the teachers aren't in school, then they're not getting, the students aren't getting quality or as quality instruction. And knowing that improved student outcomes are critical and very important, are we providing any kind of attendance incentives for students and teachers in order to maximize the time, the time that they are in class as opposed to not in class?
I'll answer the teacher and probably the student as well, but we had proposed a plan to compensate teachers. It became very difficult with the amount of staff that we had to track, mostly looking at our system and how we're tracking absences. So the challenge was tracking attendance for adults. For students, I don't believe we've attempted that other than some rewards or swag that students and school principals support their students with, and celebrating perfect attendance as well as a school. But that's definitely something to think about. The challenge this year when we proposed it was just tracking the data.
Ms. Starr,
yes.
let me just add to attendance part. One of our major ESSER funding initiatives have been with our family engagement specialists, and they have focused on attendance so much this year. Of course, with COVID, with the quarantines, with the positive cases, has really impacted us. We will be bringing forward to you a presentation that is around our family engagement specialists with the ESSER funding, and we cannot wait to show you the data of how many contacts they made and how it did increase attendance for those campuses. Actually, Mr. Moore and his team did a celebration with them at the last month's principal meeting, and we have some great data to share. We've done incentives in the past for our students, but what we have found, and we have actually budgeted those money in some of our schools, like Dr. Pena has said, has done individual incentives, but it's really about helping our parents get our students there. Of course, middle school and high school, there's a little bit more of that autonomy. However, when we look at our elementary, we work at the core and the foundation of our parents, of how important it is to be there. In addition to the family engagement specialists, we are, with our ESSER funding and some other general funding, we are really going to be doing a big attendance push this coming school year, 22-23. Attendance matters, and really talking about how it does equal achievement. And then on June 28th, for our Goal 1 and 2 report, we're going to show you the impact of attendance for our students due to COVID, but then how we still have made some great instructional gains regardless. But having them in school, we could make even more. So we'll be bringing you some more information. But our biggest, and I want to say our best resource right now, are our family engagement specialists, making those connections with our parents.
Okay, I love that, and I can't wait to see that report. That's exciting, but that's not just getting kids to school, it's building relationships. And that's critically important. Thank you. Oh, I do like, I'm sorry, all over the place, I've got cerebral popcorn. I do like the idea of giving the principals some autonomy in how they recognize or encourage good attendance on campuses with staff, and because that makes it a little bit more manageable, but then also it gives the principals the opportunity to principal and to take care of their staff and to take care of their students and their families.
Dr. Ryan?
I want to go back just for a second to the bonds, and I understand absolutely nothing about selling government bonds like this. I had asked a question one time and I thought of a really good answer. Why don't we sell them all at one time and then we can deposit the money and make interest off that? And the answer I got was that it costs us more to do that until we're ready to use the funds. But now with inflation just going totally berserk, would we be better off trying to organize stuff with Presidio and have them start a huge number of projects at once if the construction folks are there, so we don't lose? I mean, at first we were quoted 12% the first year for inflation and 6% after that, and we're going to be way over that, I know. I know that when I last talked to Mr. Bonds, he was talking maybe 20% or more. So we'd be better trying to sell more of them or all of them and start all our projects.
Let me start by answering that question. or trying to answer the question. So one of the things, because there's really two pressures. One, I also think that there are large supply chain issues, and so the availability of supplies is a challenge. So I don't know if that would be feasible to start all of the projects at the same time. I don't think that they're necessarily all ready. They take time to design, and also we may not be necessarily ready. There may be a labor shortage. So I think the rollout, that's one of the things that we've been working on to try to develop the time and the prioritization of the projects as they roll out. So I know that there's some concern issues with regards to that side. But from the bond perspective, one of the key challenges that we have and the directive from the board is that we stay at 29.2%, or 29.2 as our interest and sinking rate. So in order to do that, we cannot issue all of the debt at the same time, because we would go over that tax rate. So we cannot, the program and the tax model that we're utilizing does not allow us to sell that level of debt in one tranche. We just cannot do that without going over that amount, that rate that we I believe was a promise to the voters that we would not go over that rate. And so we also have to balance the assessed valuation. We have to look at refunding opportunities, defeasing bonds, and looking at all those different factors in order to be able to balance and staying within that rate. So we did look at that, and we think the $150 million is a reasonable amount we can sell. We think we'll stay around, maybe we're looking like 4%. I think maybe that's what the market is saying right now. We're hoping we stay at that or under. But you know, this is the market that we're in right now. And so I think I'm gonna maybe stop there and maybe not let Rudy add a little bit more to that, because it is a challenge, and it is not an easy answer, and one that I can give you. But the one that I am certain about is that we could not issue debt in that magnitude and not breach that 29.2 cents. Right?
That's correct. And Dr. Ryan, I like the way you think, though. And trust me, if we could find ways to generate more revenue on the bond side, we definitely would explore that. I can't answer that question better than what you just provided, so I have nothing to add to that. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, on slide 8, it showed how the enrollment and the teachers had decreased, but it does not mention anything about the administrators on slide 8.
Okay.
So did the administrators increase, decrease, stay the same?
I would have to drill down a little bit into that information. So you would like to see if administrators during this time also went down proportionately?
Yes, because enrollment and the teachers decreased, so I would assume administrators would also decrease since we have less students and teachers.
And I'm sorry, I think that's one of the things that we look at from the standpoint of when we reduce enrollment. Some of our staffing guidelines call for a reduction in some administration, but we're always going to have a principal. We're always going to have a certain number of assistant principals. So from that perspective, you may not see a drop.
I'm talking more central.
Oh, okay.
Administrator.
Oh, I'm
central
sorry.
staff.
I thought you were talking campus administrators.
Yeah,
okay.
central.
So you're looking at central office administrators to see if they declined.
Yes.
Okay, understood.
And also, I asked you about where are the legal fees? I didn't get to look at that again.
Yes. So we ran a report, but we don't have the detail that you've requested. So I need to get that from Ms. Riccon to do all that information.
What slide was that?
So we do not budget by line item. We budget by function. So if you were to look at that slide, it would be included in function 41 under general administration.
Oh, yeah. If you
Okay.
could just get that information, I'd
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Trustee Luébanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. I think you answered my question on that percentage of what we're looking at for 150. And Mr. Mejia mentioned that because we have such a good credit score in the bond market, if that's 4%, how many points off could we take of that 4%?
As far as interest earned,
Yes.
so we have interest rates that are rising. I think some of our pools are over 1%, and they are climbing. I think they doubled in the month of May, but we were still under 1% for some of the pools. We do tend to keep our money short in the investment pools. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now, what they're paying.
So we might be 3% paying 4%, getting 1% off. What was the, on the last sale for 2017, what was that interest rate that we paid, do you know?
In 2017, we were hovering around 3%. And then in 2020, 2021, we were right over 2%, maybe about 2.25% on that last bond transaction in 2021. So
But the pools were a lot less, the 1%
oh,
probably.
yeah, the pools were earning absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it was very low.
Right, and just to give you a little context, year to date, interest rates are up about 200 basis points. So what used to cost 2% is now costing us 4%. And that's just a matter of where the economy is at with inflation.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. The time is 7:42. The date is Tuesday, June 14th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Chapters 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6.
Test.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now we have reconvened at 8:47 p.m. Let's move to action items. Actually, I don't think that's where we are. I don't have my agenda. Do you have my agenda? It is? Okay, we're good. So for personnel, do I have a motion? Trustee Dar?
I move to accept the recommendation of the Chief Internal Auditor from the Audit Committee and for approval.
And do I have a second? Second by Trustee Luebanos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Do we have anyone here that would like to make the introduction of our new employee? Maybe Ms. Molinar?
Yes, thank you, President Jackson and trustees. I'm so excited. Loretta Salvatore, and Ms. Salvatore, if you could come up to the front. She's currently serving in the role of an interim Chief Internal Finance Auditor, and we're just excited that she will be taking this position on full-time. Mrs. Salvatore has been with the district since 2015. She was served as our manager, and then due to the current vacancy, she served as an interim and did a fantastic job during the transition. So welcome officially to the team, and we're excited you're here tonight.
Welcome and thank you for being here with us tonight. We know we're a little late. Thanks for waiting. Now we're up to 8A, consider and take possible action to approve parking buyout for 2022 graduation hosted at Dickey's Arena. Moved by Dr. Ryan. I'll take the second. Any discussion?
I've just got one, we need to explain that it's a pass-through of money from the Rainwater Foundation and not school district money.
You just did.
I just did.
You're awesome. Okay, any other discussion? Let's move to voting. And passes unanimously. 8B, consider and take possible action regarding formation of a special safety and security committee. I'll move on that one. Second, Trustee Luebanos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting.
I put my...
I'm sorry, Trustee Dar.
Okay, thank you, President Jackson. How is the composition of this committee going to be determined?
The composition of the committee will be determined by the board, and we will select. And as it's safety and security, we will talk about it in executive session.
Okay. And
thank you for asking.
Will the meetings of this committee be public or private? Considering the nature of this topic, it would seem to me that if meetings were public, it would compromise the safety of our students and our staff as opposed to protecting and ensuring the safety. So I'm just wondering how these meetings will be conducted.
These meetings will be conducted privately. So thank you for clarifying and thank you for asking. Any other questions? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Consider and take possible action regarding resolution of Traeger et al. Versus Fort Worth ISD et al. Cause number 141-327-449-21. Do I have a motion?
No action on that one, Madam Board President.
No action. Okay, at this time, we'll turn it over to the superintendent search firm and to Mr. Brian Newby.
Thank you, Madam President and trustees. We have with us today representatives from Hazard Young Attia Associates who are going to review with us the leadership profile that's been prepared based upon number of public meetings that we've had over the last 2 or 3 months, or 2 or 3 weeks. And then we're also going to discuss the possible superintendent position description as well. I'm going to hand it over to Peter Flynn and Constance Collins with HYA and let them walk us through their presentation.
Hello. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, and at this point in the day, I'm saying good evening rather than good afternoon. So thank you for having us, and we are happy to be with you to share information about the community engagement phase of the search process, which was an outreach effort to listen to your staff and stakeholders. And it was indeed a pleasure to have conversations with a number of people over the course of the last few weeks. There are still 6 of us. Next slide, please. And we are still your team. However, we also had the expertise of Michael Cardona, Superintendent of San Marcos, Texas, and Anna Rowe, Central Office Administrator in Crowley ISD. They both assisted with some of our community engagement activities. Next slide. Let's take a moment to review the objectives. The staff and the public viewing will have an understanding of the process we used to pull together all that we learned in the meetings, and the survey to assist us in preparing to draft the profile of desired characteristics for the board. Later in the meeting, we will ask the board to review, to revise, and approve the profile, and then consider the superintendent position description. You may ask, what have we done since the planning meeting, which was held 47 days ago? We followed the schedule set by the board that really began on April 28th, with the planning meeting taking place. On the next slide, we will have some details and commentary on some of these, but these 7 bullet points outline what we did to get to tonight. A note of thanks to all staff members who assisted in facilitating our time in the district, with special thanks to President Jackson, Attorney Newby, Dr. Kent Scribner, Deputy Superintendent Karen Molinar, Barbara Griffith, Jennifer Lopez, Laura Litton, and other associated staff members for their extra efforts in making us feel welcome, for handling the necessary arrangements for our meetings, and for your assistance at the meetings and your follow-up in the district. Usually when you start calling names, you always leave out someone. So if your name was not called, then definitely we want you to know that we appreciated your assistance and your input as we moved along. Peter?
Thank you, Connie. Members of the board and Attorney Newby, to reiterate, it's been a great honor these past 47 days. We've enjoyed every minute of it, and we've learned things about our own process, as well as some of the things that we're going to share with you today about your school district. This evening we want to start with the online survey, and as you can see, we had 1,942 people participate in that survey. And as you look down the list, you notice that teachers and parents make up a great percentage, which is usually the case in most school districts. Not to slighten in any way the other groups, because they represent a significant portion of their group. And so we're grateful for the people that participated in the survey and online. And the board, as I think everybody facing me knows, but maybe people behind us do not know, the board gave up their category, as it were, on the online survey so that students could participate. and we had a good participation from students in this survey. Now, one other thing that the board, and that is to make sure that we got out into the different zip codes within the school district. And there are 30 zip codes that were designated by our survey. And so of the 1,942 people that took the survey, about 1,641 people designated a zip code. So all but about 300 people indicated zip code, and it was not mandatory. It was not mandatory that they enter a zip code to proceed. So this, I think, shows that there's been some breadth to the survey, and the board should be proud of taking this innovation in this survey and asking for this kind of information to give assurance that there was a broad reach to the survey. The survey has two parts. The first part has to do with the state district. This is an excellent bit of information, by the way, for you to use for updating your strategic planning. I see it going in and out. Is that right? Or am I doing something wrong? I'm not sure, but I'll get you another one. Oh, okay.
And while we're on this slight break, Dr. Rodriguez, did you have a question?
Sorry.
Yes, my home zip code 76164 is not on here, and I know people did the survey from my area.
Yeah. We relied on the staff to give us the survey zip codes. We were unaware of which zip codes were in. We started out with a little bit of a false start on the survey the first day, and somebody brought that to our attention that their zip code was not on there. We stopped the survey. Literally in 1 hour, a member of our staff redid the survey with the zip codes that we were given, and we were assured that those were the correct zip codes. So I apologize. We just went with the ones that we were given. So.
Dr. Rodriguez, we'll go back and see if there is additional data on your zip code or any other zip code that any of the trustees may have that do not show up on that list.
Okay, thank you. So again, as I was saying, this first part is really useful information for the district to use as it pleases, as it's looking at its strategic planning process and updating the strategic planning. Particularly, you might want to look at this when there are differing viewpoints on the strengths of the district depending upon the categories of the respondents. In other words, do administrators and teachers have some information about the quality of certain aspects of the district operation that aren't readily available to parents and students? And that's a good starting point for a discussion. Why might that exist? So you can see here are the 5 top strengths of the district, with 2 in bold because they are in common with the ones that were chosen by the board offline. And the board also found that these 4 areas were strengths. And when we say the board, at least half the board chose these as strongly agree or agree that these are strengths of the district. And then we went to the section on competencies, and this was for some people, it was a frustrating part because the 12 competencies that are listed, which are research-based common strengths among effective superintendents, you want all 12. However, the question is, which ones are the most mission critical for the school district at this point in its history? And these are the top 5 from all respondents, again, with 2 highlighted, and they are 2 that are in common with those selected by the board. In addition to those 2, notice that the spread is among 4 different aspects of competencies of a superintendent. Community engagement, management, values and vision, and teaching and learning. And then here are 3 other ones that the board felt strongly about. Again, more than a majority of the board felt strongly that these were ones that should be considered in the profile for the next superintendent. And then we come to the listening sessions.
All listening meetings were conducted the same way. Although the amount of time spent on each of the questions that we asked varied from group to group. We asked people about the strengths of the district, the challenges of the district, characteristics they would like to see in the next superintendent, what would attract someone to Fort Worth ISD, and the names of possible candidates. We conducted 75 meetings between May 13th and June 6th, and we had 561 people attend all of those meetings, and this is huge. We were very pleased with the numbers. Usually in a district this size, we would do 35 to 40 meetings. The board is to be commended for desiring this extraordinary outreach. And a tremendous thanks to the board members who were either involved in their presence or by suggesting additional people for us to talk with, and in many cases, discreetly attending the meetings to listen. So we had board members who were in attendance as we went to the various high schools, and the board members were able to keep their mouths closed and just listen to what people had to say, and we were definitely grateful for that. And thank you for the additional names that you gave us as we reached out into the community so that we could hear what a number of people had to say. In some instances, we thought maybe they would be 15-minute conversations, but in a lot of instances, they ended up being 30 or 45, if not more. So that was really wonderful to see something like that occurring. The strengths, challenges, and superintendent characteristics discussed in those meetings were voluminous, to say the least. We charted almost everything that was said, but certainly captured the key points made in our listening sessions. We then summarized the key points across like groups, and the summary of is what you are about to see in the next slides. Starting with attributes. Here are the leadership characteristics across all people in the listening sessions, what they indicated they would like to see. The most highly ranked are transparency, honesty, relationship, team builder, etc. Let's look at these closely. The number next to the quality reflects the number of groups that considered this a high-ranking trait. Communications, including listening and learning and transparent in communications. Successful experience leading a district of diverse and a district where equity is respected with instructional results, meaning that the persons we talked with wanted to know that not that someone just said that they had been successful as far as the results were concerned, but that there was evidence that it had taken place. Strategic leader of a large, complex organization. Instructional and operations leader. So those are characteristics that are desired and which were shared. Sorry. Did we lose something? Okay. Administrative style. Finally, we compiled the administrative style characteristics with visible, approachable. They want to see someone who is out in the classrooms, who's out in the community, and is an active individual. And this was mentioned frequently and was followed up by collaborative. Peter?
So we took all the survey data and compiled it, and then combined that with what we learned in the listening sessions, and then began to draft the profile of desired characteristics for the next superintendent. So what you can see up here is a little fuzzy, but it's a combination of the 8 competencies that were chosen by all the respondents to the survey and by the board as important competencies to have. And then beneath that, in the 3 categories, are the 13 characteristics that rose to the top in those 75 meetings, actually 77 meetings. We had a couple of meetings after we prepared this PowerPoint, and we had people returning our phone calls as late as June 5th or 6th, I think it was. So anyway, all that information that we heard from people, as well as from the survey, is included here on this one page. And then our job then was to begin to put it into what might look like a profile that kind of defines the next superintendent of schools. Now, as you can see in this version of it, the characteristics that rose to the top are highlighted. We did add, for clarity purpose, business and operational aspects of the district. We thought that that was a good addition to expand upon operations so that people would have a good understanding of what we were talking about. And then the idea is to consider this, and basically the question is, are the elements you're hoping for in this page? And I've got a larger, if this is helpful, I've got a larger version of that to pass around. So as it's coming around, the question that we'd like to put before you is, are there any characteristics that you were hoping would be in here that are not in here? Are there any competencies that you were hoping would be in the profile? Or are there any things in here which you feel are not significant enough to be in here? Because while you're thinking about those 2 questions, the intention of this document is to base screening interviews by the consulting staff, your first and second round interviews by you of potential candidates and applicants and people that might make a second round. So the idea is really important that this becomes kind of a foundational document in the rest of the process for selecting your superintendent. So when asking questions, always go back to the profile. When making a decision between one person and another person and how they might rank in your, as a group, in your standing, this document is what you use. So the idea is for the board to collectively come together and say, this is what we want in the next superintendent. So, go ahead.
No, I was just going to. I was just going to say, I think also as we talked with community members, et cetera, they're looking to see that some of what they shared with us is being reflected in this leadership profile, that is not just, coming from a single group, but a number of people had a lot to say. And believe me, the information that we're sharing now is just a portion, but a large portion and a summary of what was said. But it's important to them that information is included in the leadership profile report.
So just to break it down a little further, so here's a little bigger print version of the first section of the desired characteristics of the superintendent. And there you can see we highlighted courageous, student-oriented, and instructional leader. And then this one, there are several characteristics in these two paragraphs. Visible and approachable, mentioned a lot. We heard that often. Somebody who's out and about in the community, in the schools. And approachable, accessible to the public, the staff, community. A large school district leader. Somebody who understands the complexity and the impact of a large district. A transparent communicator. Somebody with honesty and integrity and a lengthy tenure. In other words, they're going to stay a while, understanding that the growth of an organization takes a while. And then a strategic leader, collaborative approach to validate and give credence and thanks to the people that have gone before the superintendent, and to work collaboratively with the people that are on board, and build a team relationship with the board, and an understanding of the operations and business aspects of a district. And then the competencies, the 8 competencies.
Now, go ahead, I'm sorry, Peter. Now as a board, you must decide, do you want to include all 8 of these competencies in the profile, or just the top 5 that are listed, or some combination? We ask that you move for consensus so that the board can finalize the profile and the desired characteristics.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes, Ann.
Are these in order based on the results of the survey and the results of the listening sessions? Or are these just bulleted points? I mean, so the number one thing that resulted from the listening sessions and the surveys was foster a positive professional climate of mutual trust and respect. And then the second thing that results, because when you asked me, do we want to just pick the top 5, I want to know what the results of all those surveys were, and if we numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or however many, would that correspond with the results of the survey and the results of the listening sessions?
The first 5, yes. These are all from the survey. And the first 5 were chosen by all the respondents to the survey. Those were the top 5. And 2 of those were also chosen as the top 5 by the board. But the board also chose the last 3 about being visible throughout the district, and that was very big in the listening sessions. And you'll find that in a couple of these. This is one of them. The one that the board picked as a very high, important competency of be visible throughout the district was also mentioned frequently in the listening sessions. Provide a clear, compelling vision. We did hear frequently from people to be able to implement a vision, to be visionary, and to understand about working toward the vision of a school district. And then finally, a deep understanding of the research and best practices and how to implement those strategies. So yes, these were highly regarded. Even the ones that the board chose as their top ones were highly regarded overall. So yes, they're all important. They're all highly regarded in the survey.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So are we voting on this, or you're trying to get consensus from us on, or?
That's a procedural question
Okay.
for the chair and for the president and the attorney, however you want to handle this.
The idea is to get a consensus on the descriptors that we have here.
Okay.
And if you're comfortable with the way the language is worded, then ultimately we'll take that and put it into the official position description that then gets published.
Okay. I know we've talked in the past, you know, how we have 3 academic goals, so we're focused. We have concise constraints, so we're focused. But in this job description, it's not overly verbose, although some of these kind of say the same things, right? Like establish a culture of high expectations. In my mind, that's also contained under emerging best practices, right? You know, some of these kind of overlap, but I don't mind having, if you're looking for consensus, my thought is I don't mind having 8 because it fully and wholly describes what we're looking for. This isn't necessarily the instance where we have to have 3 narrow goals or tightly written constraints. So that's my 2 cents on the consensus of the description.
I would agree with Trustee Evans in that these 8 do help really paint a nice picture of what the community is looking for in a new superintendent. However, I also know that the more qualities that we're looking for, the harder it becomes to find that person. So my question is, my statement is I would like to keep all 8. My question is, and that's an I statement, my question is, will we be tying our hands if we do so, if we don't narrow it down just a little bit more in the search process?
I don't think you would be narrowing your hands or tying your hands. I think that, you know, we always look for the individual who exemplifies most of the characteristics that have been identified, knowing that, you know, it may not be one person who has everything, but yet you have put in here what you desire. And so you're looking for someone who will encompass most of these qualities as you're looking for your next superintendent.
And when we get to the point of presenting people for you to consider, we always like to acknowledge that every candidate has a growth area, something they're working on to become more knowledgeable in some area. And that disclosure, we think, is very important in sharing that so that everybody understands that there's rarely a perfect candidate. And so that's an important part of our appraisal of people when we bring them to you.
I have a couple of questions. When I'm looking at the packet with the survey, a breakdown of the strengths, the challenges, concerns, themes, under the challenges on page 6, the challenges that are bolded is academic achievement, diversity and equity, and communication. So in thinking of that, if those being things that really stood out and said diversity and equity were mentioned very often when people were thinking about challenges, I don't feel that this description really says that enough around diversity and equity. And then also around communication, I know that that's in here, but what about being bilingual or multilingual? Is that, you know, a value to put in here? Would that eliminate too many candidates? I mean, my thoughts are, if this is what our community said were major concerns, then I feel like that should be prominently in the description.
And I think that's why, we said that, you could add to this if you so desired, or accept 8 or 5 or fewer. So it's really up to the discretion of the board as to how you want to proceed.
So, and we didn't bold it, but we did, we did try to put in the first paragraph of the description that the individual would have experience in a diverse school district with a track record of success. So we thought that that was important to put in, and if the board feels that that is something that should be bolded because it's of importance, then by all means we can do that. And if the board feels that that should have some kind of prominence other than what we've given it, let's do that. The same with your other point. You were talking about communications, and we did say a transparent communicator, but we could also rephrase and recalculate that too, as the board would prefer.
Is there a descriptor in terms of the diversity of this leader that you were kind of focusing on? Or does that terminology, diverse school district, encompass what your thought process is?
I think, understanding and being sensitive to the needs of a diverse student population, that touches on it. I think that's very different than promoting, like somebody who values and promotes it versus understands it and sensitive to it. The other part I'm thinking about is transparent communication is, one of the things that was ranked really high was being visible and actively engaged in the community. When we have a population that is a large Spanish-speaking population, I feel like that's important, that person can actively engage with our students and our families.
Roxanne, could I ask, to demonstrate a deep understanding of educational research and emerging best practices and implement strategies? Could we work on that implementation of strategies and perhaps place the words in that you want to place in? Because there is action there. We could just make it stronger action.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think that just looking at the top concerns of I think that those really need to be prominent in the description. So I think we can work with that in adding that in.
And you also mentioned a preference for somebody who is bilingual and being able to particularly.
I know I heard that in the sessions that I attended, and I see it on page 8 under the board, personal attributes. It's actually number 2. So I'm just wondering, like, it's not reflected in the description. And so is that important enough that it should be in there when, it seemed to be come up in the survey, in the results?
Mm-hmm.
And then even also under expertise, strategic leader of diversity. I feel like I'm continuously seeing these things in the document, but maybe they're not prominent in the description.
I think part of it depends on where it falls within the document. If it's a challenge, it may not be an attribute. It may just be a challenge within the district itself that we're looking for that leader to have to address and have to approach. So that may be part of the distinction that you're looking at.
If the board, when we get to the next step, which is the position description, if the board is of mind that it would be preferred or desirable or some kind of language that somebody be bilingual because it would help them increase their ability to engage with the community, by all means, that's something for you to look at and to make sure it is in there if that's the consensus of the board.
The 2 points that you raised, one was diversity and equity, and the second was communications throughout the district. If that is part of if that's part of a strategy that is to be implemented by the superintendent, could you see looking at something like, and I'm just looking at the last line, demonstrate a deep understanding of educational research and emerging best practices and implement strategies including diversity and equity and communication throughout the district? Is that something that would kind of touch on the points that you're trying to make?
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate place that we can work that in.
Did you catch that, Peter?
I did, thanks.
You're adding to the last bullet point, including diversity, equity, and inclusion at the end of that.
Implement
point.
strategies such as.
Yes.
I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's strong too, because it's the last point.
I like the wording on, I don't have page numbers, but where it talks about the state of the district. From the board, the district engages with diverse racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. I feel like that's more specific than diversity, equity, and inclusion, because those are kind of broad terms that have become more like catchphrases. But this specifies that they engage with diverse racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. Because that just seems to encompass more than the other wording, in my opinion. But that's my opinion.
So you're looking at, instead of right after implementing strategies, we would put including racial, cultural, and socioeconomic racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups, instead of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does it cover the same thing?
I'm open. Yeah, I'm open to that as well.
Does that touch on, because your description is actually a little bit more expansive than just diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, did you catch that?
So I took out the part about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and put in racial, cultural, and economic groups.
And socioeconomic groups.
Socioeconomic groups.
Yes.
How are we doing? Which is the latter one, the one that's preferred by the board and the?
You comfortable with that? Yes, that's the one that seems to be preferred.
May I ask a question regarding some of the abbreviations on the report? So there's, like, at the end of each line, there might be a VV or a CE or
yes.
an M. What do those mean? I'm really trying hard, and I can't figure them out.
That's okay, and we put it in one spot. We should have repeated it each time that we used it, because they're, so the CE stands for community engagement. That's a cluster of strength areas, and it's a cluster of competencies that have to do with engagement in the community. Vision and values are the VV, and so that, again, it's a cluster of strengths of the district and competencies of the superintendent. TL is teaching and learning, and that's the instructional leadership role of the superintendent, and it's also whether or not there's significant aspects that are strong in the district having to do with teaching and learning. M is management, and that has to do with business, finance, operations of the district, that kind of thing.
So yes, I believe that I believe it was the last bullet point that we were wordsmithing. Am I correct about that? So the one would demonstrate. So if you could read out what you now have, I know there was a couple of revisions, so I can just be clear on that.
And it pretty much as it stands all the way up until implement strategies. So it says demonstrate a deep understanding of educational research and emerging best practices and implement strategies, including racial, cultural, socioeconomic groups, including communications throughout the district. Now, that needs a little more smithing, I think, to make it flow better, but I think we've got the general idea of what the board seems to be on consensus to go in there. It just needs a little more smithing. And we can do that offline if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be okay with me. I think to Trustee Martinez's point, which I'm grateful for, because I was attempting to play with the wording on the fourth bullet. I don't really think it needs it. They'll understand and be sensitive to the needs of a diverse student population. Although I agree with that bullet point, and I feel like it can stand the way that it is. Again, to Trustee Martinez's point, we want someone who could do more than understand and be sensitive to it, but actually put actionable work behind. Once you understand and once you're sensitive to it, that you actually serve that population well. So if that wordsmithing is coming on the last bullet point of the demonstration aspect of strategies being implemented to make sure that it's not only understood and you're sensitive to it, but that actionable items happen to ensure that those groups are taken care of, the diverse student population that we do have is taken care of, then yes, I think that's awesome. So thank you, Trustee Martinez, for bringing it to light, and I do think that would bolster this well.
So I added a couple more words.
Okay.
So picking up with implement successful, I put that word in. I thought that was important. Successful strategies, working with varying racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups.
Might I propose that this descriptor becomes quite wordy as it is. So what if we did something like demonstrate a deep understanding of educational research, comma, and emerging best practices, period.
Yeah.
Then add another bullet, and that bullet would be ability to implement successful strategies, including racial, cultural, and socioeconomic. We need to add a descriptor there. But that way, we're actually adding. How about, and then hitting your point,
yeah,
Trustee Phillips.
I hate to repeat demonstrate, but how about demonstrate an ability? You know what I mean, rather than just. But you're saying an ability to implement successful strategies? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's the action. We're looking for someone who has the ability to do these things.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic, and I see Trustee Martinez shaking, nodding her head. So, yeah, and but with those revisions that we're talking about there, the superintendent position description within itself, I actually really enjoy and like it. I do feel like it's encompassing in a really great way. I do think those tweaks that we're talking about now bolsters it even further, and really does make it the dynamic document that we're looking to put out there. But yeah, I statement, this is really great work, and I do think it is encompassing of what we're trying to look for, and particularly in the community sessions that I was privy to. Yeah, this really is what I was hearing around the district, that the community was really saying looks like what they would like to see in a superintendent. So I think it's fantastic.
Trustee Dar.
So can we remove number 4, which is understand and be sensitive to the needs of a diverse student population? I like your idea to divide that bottom one into 2. So then we have demonstrate a deep understanding of educational research and emerging best practices. And then did we finalize the wording on that last one? I have a suggestion if we did not.
What's your suggestion?
Implement successful strategies to promote the academic success of diverse racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. So all the other lines start with a verb, so I wanted to start with a verb, because that's the grammar nerd in me.
Nope, that's good.
Yeah. So I really do like that suggestion, Trustee Dar. Now I personally would not like to remove the fourth one,
I'm okay with that too.
because I think having an understanding of it is almost a personality trait, it's an experiential trait, and then the demonstration of it is an application trait. And you're kind of looking for both of those things. And again, it's bolstering what was already there instead of taking it away, you know what I mean? So.
Peter, did you catch that last?
I was just asking Connie if she followed. I understood the difference. So there was there agreement at least between two board members to leave number 4, understand and be sensitive there, to leave it there, but to change the language of the new bullet to say to implement successful strategies, to implement strategies to promote successful academic accomplishment. I guess
Implement
I didn't
strategies
get
to
that all.
promote the academic success
Academic success.
of
Okay, thank
racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. And an effective communicator throughout the district.
Okay. And so academic success is the standard there, right?
Yes, implement strategies to promote the academic success of racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups.
Diverse racial,
Diverse.
cultural, and socioeconomic groups.
And then we added to the end of that earlier, and an effective communicator throughout the district.
I don't feel like those really go together.
They don't.
No, I was,
Are you okay with?
there's already one that says provide transparent communication,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
maybe
That's
it's provide transparent
Yeah, I agree. I
communication
would take
throughout
that
the
out.
district, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we can add provide transparent and effective communication. But I don't know. I feel like we're kind of,
Yeah.
we're just
Not
adding
nec-
words
it's
to
not
add words.
necessary, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think so either.
No, that one,
Yeah.
yeah, that's there, so.
Okay. Did you catch that, Peter?
I did. So I took off the reference to communication in the last bullet, recognizing that it's already there, and you're happy with provide transparent communication. So that implies at least an awareness of the prominence of a bilingual environment.
Yeah, I'm good with provide transparent communication. I think, just wanted to make sure that those top things that were under challenges and concerns were
Your address.
really, yeah.
Okay. Okay, you want to read that last one back for us, Peter?
Let me take a stab at it.
Sure.
Implement successful strategies to promote the academic success, the academic, racial, and socioeconomic, for all racial and socioeconomic groups, social, diverse, is that right? Social,
was to
diverse.
promote the academic success of
Yeah, that ain't
diverse, racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups.
Social and diverse.
Sorry, folks, this is the process. This is how it works, so,
This is worth the effort.
yeah,
We want to get this right.
that's right.
So it's going to start with implement successful strategies to promote academic success for the diverse racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. I got success in there twice. Strategies to promote academic success.
Yeah, take that first successful out.
Got it.
Or we can put in like effective or something, implement
That's fine,
effective
yeah.
strategies. If we need a descriptor.
Descriptor.
Did you get that, Peter?
Yeah, I think you want a stronger word than promote. Promote academic success.
Ensure.
To ensure, or yes, I think that's a better word for you, because you want to, I think you want to hold the standard to be results, right? And promote is kind of something you do beforehand, but ensure is something that happens as a result of more kids learning or kids learning more.
Sure. Ensure, everyone comfortable with ensure? Okay, let's do it.
Great.
Okay, other inputs? Peter and Connie, you have that down? Because
Yep.
that's going to lead us into the position description.
That's the one we just worked on, and then this is really hard to see, but I think, just mine here, yeah. Just to go over this briefly, so that the position description usually starts out with kind of an announcement in the first sentence, and then a very brief description of the school district, you know, and that can be modified or updated if it needs to be. And then essentially goes into a description of the document you've just been working on. And 3 paragraphs or so, having all of those characteristics in. The only difference is they're not bolded, unless you would like them bolded, and they can be. And then the bullets that you were just working on, and that would be changed. Of course, that last one would be changed into 2. And then finally, Connie, that's yours, I'm sorry.
The next slide indicates that this is some additional information that you would expect to find in a vacancy, which really says it's expected that a regionally competitive compensation package will be offered. Screening begins in June and July, with the slate presented to the board in August. Dr. Kent Scribner is retiring after a tenure of 7 years serving as superintendent, and will work through a transition for the new superintendent, who is expected to begin in September of 2022. Are you okay with that stated in that way? Okay, I'm seeing heads nodding affirmatively.
Well, just in general with the job statement, that bottom paragraph I'm perfectly fine with, but could we talk about the first paragraph?
Sure.
Okay. That first paragraph, the last line, those verbs redesign, transform, and revitalize. I am not in love with those words because we don't need a complete overhaul. We just need to keep doing what's right and what we know is right. So I don't want this, like that verbiage to attract somebody that thinks they're just going to do a sweep and, start over. So I'm not in love with those three verbs. I'd love to consider some other wording.
And I'll ask Peter and Connie, where did that verbiage come from? That was not in the, it didn't, I don't think that came directly from the listening sessions.
Oh, no, that came from your website.
From our website?
Yeah, we got that off your website, but we can change that. It's, it might have been something that's outdated or something that, but that's what we got it from.
Okay, I'm going to propose an alternative, and I want this to be open for discussion. As it offers an excellent opportunity to lead a district alongside a board that is committed to improving student outcomes, period.
Hear, hear.
Drop the mic.
Love that. Love that. You got your words, but
that's great. Anyone?
Could you repeat it once more?
Yeah, it will say, HY is assisting the Fort Worth Independent School District in Fort Worth, Texas, as it offers an opportunity to lead a district alongside a board that is committed to improving student outcomes, period. Delete the rest of the sentence. Okay? Great. Then the rest of the position description, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The second paragraph, it doesn't mention anything about the staff. The superintendent shall serve the varied educational needs of approximately 76,000 students in 82 elementary schools, 24 middle schools, 6 grade centers, 21 high schools, and 16 other campuses. I would love to add in of approximately 76,000 students, 10,000 staff. I think that's an important piece of this equation.
So if we added, and a staff of 10,000 after 16 other campuses, right at the end of that sentence.
I feel like it kind of needs to come after the students.
Okay.
Keep those two big numbers together.
Got it. 76,000 students, a staff of 10,000. Then instead of in, we just list 82 elementary schools, 24 middle schools, and 6 grade centers, 21 high schools. Is that okay? And 16 other campuses. So it will read, the superintendent shall serve the varied educational needs of approximately 76,000 students, comma, a staff of 10, with a staff of 10,000.
What, Mr. Newby?
Yes, ma'am. Go
What
ahead.
about, the superintendent shall serve the varied educational needs of approximately 76,000 students and 10,000 employees or staff members?
Well,
in
it says
80
varied educational needs, so that's directed towards students, not staff.
That's a good point.
But I think the varied educational needs are served by all the staff, right? I mean, the teachers are primary, but I think all the support staff are working to implement those same goals and those same two basic outcomes of more kids learning and kids learning more.
What if we change that to the superintendent shall lead a staff of 10,000 to serve the varied educational needs of approximately 76,000 students, so on and so on. Is that okay? Does that sound right? You catch that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
The superintendent shall lead a staff of 10,000, meeting the needs of 76,000 students. Is that correct?
Serving the varied educational needs of approximately 76,000 students.
Okay.
Going through the rest of the statement, any other changes you see? I think it then picks up where we left off in the desired characteristics at that point. Then we would add at the end that last bullet that we just revised. Okay?
Right.
Okay, with that language, are we comfortable with the position description? This will be published. This is what goes out to the public.
Can we go over paragraph 3?
Sure.
The last part of the sentence doesn't make sense to me. The Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees seeks a courageous, student-oriented instructional leader who has demonstrated successful leadership in a large, diverse district. I don't understand this necessary to advance this district. That doesn't flow. And I'd also like to change this closing achievement gaps to something that sounds a little bit more positive as far as providing additional opportunities or
Opportunity gaps.
yeah, it's just that word. I'm more comfortable with opportunity gaps than achievement gaps.
I think opportunity gaps is more inclusive,
Absolutely.
especially in this district. But I
So,
agree with
who
you.
has demonstrated successful leadership in a large, there should be a comma there, diverse district to advance Fort Worth ISD, or to advance this district to its next level of excellence while closing opportunity gaps. It's kind of a run-on, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
So, rather than, it might be better off in two sentences, but what's the difference between opportunity gap and achievement gap?
Well, achievement is truly student achievement, academic achievement, where an opportunity gap is a lack of opportunity in your zip code or in your neighborhood or in your community, and it diminishes your ability to achieve.
Yeah, that phrase is more common now than achievement gap. So opportunity gap is what we tend to hear and what people refer to for the very reasons that you just stated.
Can you have opportunity without achievement?
Mm-hmm.
Can you have achievement without opportunity?
There's
Probably
the question.
not.
There's the question.
Good questions.
Yeah.
So are we comfortable with leaving that as, I'll just read the sentence. The Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees seeks a courageous, student-oriented instructional leader who has demonstrated successful leadership in a large, diverse district necessary to advance this district to its next level of excellence while closing opportunity gaps. I'll remind you, in the previous document, we have in the first paragraph, closing achievement gaps. Dr. Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. On that same paragraph, can we put urban district? Because we are an urban school district. If we can just, yeah, large urban,
Okay.
diverse urban district.
Would that deter people from an exceptional leader from a medium-sized district? I mean, I hear you, and.
No,
but-
urban means from a city. I mean.
Right, but are we
some of the
only willing to
suburban
recruit
districts.
somebody from an urban area? And maybe we are, that really is, it's not a rhetorical question.
I think at this point, we need someone with the background of leading a large urban school district. I mean, because the suburban districts have different needs than the urban school district. I mean, some of the suburban districts are large, but I don't think the diverse population is as diverse in the suburbs than they are in the big cities.
So you would add large, diverse urban district?
And I also has, on the last sentence, it says it is expected that a regionally competitive compensation. Expected says maybe there is or maybe there isn't. Like something to say there is gonna be a competitive salary because it is. I mean, our past few superintendents have had very competitive salaries, so I don't see us going down from there.
So just have that state, a regionally competitive compensation package will be offered, period.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, my computer hates the passive tense. Would you like to say the board will offer?
Sure.
A regionally competitive compensation package.
Okay. The board will offer a regionally competitive compensation package, period.
Brian, could you read that sentence again, please? That we've just now talked about, again, about the large, diverse urban district, to advance the district to its, and so on.
Third paragraph, the Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees seeks a courageous, student-oriented instructional leader who has demonstrated successful leadership in a large, urban, diverse district necessary to advance this district to its next level of excellence while closing opportunity gaps.
And was it suggested that we take out the word necessary and just go on district to advance?
Yeah, I think necessary is.
To advance this district.
Necessary is not necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. Other inputs?
Mr. Newby, you mentioned that achievement gaps was elsewhere in this document.
It's in the list of desired characteristics, the first document we were working off of.
Would the board be okay with changing that to opportunity gaps?
So we're consistent.
Is there a reason to change it? Which document is it in?
This document entitled desired characteristics, the one we started working on.
To be consistent?
Ultimately, this is what the public will see, right?
Yes.
So is it necessary to change it in the other document too?
the next document is basically almost for internal purposes. It'll be a document that you'll use when you're interviewing candidates, just for your own references.
I'm fine. We'll have it laminated and be able to refer back to it at all times.
Okay, Peter?
Got it.
Okay, do you have what you need?
We do. Thank you.
Okay, with that, do we have
Okay, you guys, moving on to action items. First one is 10A, receive and consider the Fort Worth Independent School District Leadership Profile Report as edited on June 14th, 2022, in conjunction with Hazard, Young, Attia, and Associates, and the Fort Worth ISD. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans on the motion, second Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. I'm missing one and it's not me. Yes. And the motion passes unanimously. 10B, consider and take possible action to approve a position description as edited by Hazard, Young, Attia, and Associates and the Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees on June 14th, 2022. The position will be Superintendent of the Fort Worth ISD. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, motion by Trustee Evans, seconded by Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And that motion passes unanimously. The time is, does anybody want to guess? 10:05 p.m. and we are adjourned.
I've got a comment.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that we're, this summer, before Dr. Scribner retires, if we could have that update on the real property sales and all that, you know. We discussed that already, but just
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
make sure we had that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Trustee Evans?
Thank you. I know this is a workshop and not a meeting, and we normally do board member comments and meetings, but I just wanted to say, I know we've just finished a challenging year, but as I've gone throughout the district these past few weeks, I am already seeing the staff hard at work laying the foundation for next year. Summer launch is rocking and rolling, so our students are better positioned next year. Our coaches are already working with our student athletes. Our teachers are deep in professional development, all this and more, so we can meet next year's challenges. And in a time where it's so easy to unplug, I see Fort Worth ISD pressing forward, and I just wanted to say thank you to the staff who's working so hard this summer already.
Well, since we are going to make comments at a workshop, thank you both. I want to thank Connie Collins, and I want to thank Peter Flynn and Mr. Newby. This has been the most comprehensive superintendent search in the history of this district. You all have done a great job. This board has done a great job, and Mr. Newby, thank you. So on that, anybody want to guess what time it is now? 10:07, and we're adjourned.